Yeah, it's my mom. Hang on a minute, this will be fun. Mom, I'm gaming right now!
Yes. Yes, you are.
Mom, I'm gaming right now! With my friends, Mom!
Hey, I'm Hey, I'm here too!
Mom! I'm gaming with my friends! What do you want?
Hey.
And I'm streaming, Mom! Mom!
I'm hanging up.
I love you, Mom.
Only 5 minutes left. A fire team that fights together stays together. Double down. Tell them to line up faster. Fantastic work.
Oh my God. I didn't just do that, but I'll take it. I'll take it. I think Marv would have been very proud of me in that moment.
Have the holocron. See here. You didn't make it, Grace. Here? Did you get out?
I don't know what happened there. Wikipedia for me, but I have a Wikipedia. And I hate it. Oh wait, is that empty? Tell me that's an empty suit. Okay, it's an empty suit. Okay. Oh, but I don't like the music that's playing. I do not care for the music that is playing right now. And there's a lot of ammo around here. I could have swore that was somebody hanging there. I could have swore that was somebody hanging there.
Which
And-
should be an upcoming update that's
The hell is that?
That is Barry! Barry! So you gotta say hey to
So
Barry.
is this the haunted house in the Halloween season?
More or
And
less.
they just keep all their
Just keep going along.
other
You're doing
prop.
fine. You're doing fine.
What was that? What the hell was that?
What was that? I don't know. You tell me.
What was that? Okay, yeah, you know what, T? You know I will get you for this.
Yeah, I know.
I
Oh,
will get you.
bullshit! You're the one, dude. You're the one that took me to TWA at night. I don't want to fucking.
well, I missed this.
All right. Anything on your email?
Do you want to play ball with me? Okay.
We are off and running, Chad. Here we go. All right, Phil, move forward. Now, Phil, I will tell you right now, I will not leave you alone in this game. Open this door, Phil. Open this door to your left.
The one that I'm okay.
Yeah, the one on the left. Okay, walk in there. And read what is on the portrait, Phil.
How was that? Was that you?
No.
Because I didn't read anything and I just heard a noise.
No. Just
Magna.
This is awesome.
That switch does not seem to do anything. Exactly. It just shuts off the armor.
Shuts off the armor.
Alright, let me see if there's a switch over here.
Happy
Well,
one.
these switches here.
That was not us.
Again. Alright.
I think I heard Sabrina say mom.
Huh?
What?
She didn't
I thought
say
you were in
anything.
another room.
No, she didn't say anything.
Did you not?
I heard that.
That was. I thought that was.
I thought that was Serena. I heard mom.
Me too.
I heard it too.
It wasn't.
That was not a real
was not
person.
me.
I'll tell you what, I know, I'm gonna take a seat over here. Maker. The maker.
You're probably told not to speak to strangers. And that's fine. That's fine. My name's T. And over there's my...
Was that you squeaking?
Ooh, no, that wasn't. I heard that.
Yeah, that's, now I hear you squeaking.
I heard
What was that? It sounded like a voice.
I don't... It did.
Yeah, it wasn't your, because
No, it wasn't me. It wasn't...
doesn't
Nothing got
sound
caught in my throat. There was... I marked it, but... It was a mumble. Did you heard that, right?
100%.
Cat, I swear, are you really doing this to me? Are you seeing this? Ah! Damn it, Cat! Don't! Oh my God! The cat. You little jerk! Man? What did you do to my game, cat? I swear to God.
Is that still going off in there, Tina? I would like the cat balls. Someone needs some cat balls.
What was that?
Someone needs some cat balls. You have.
What is that? What is that? Do you hear that, Pip? It's a very wow. Hang on. It's a very rushed. It sounds like a rushed whisper.
Someone needs some cat balls.
I'm now slowing it down to 175. I'm hearing turn around. Does anyone else hear that? Which is ironic when you think about it, because usually people say, "Oh, all theaters are haunted." I don't think all theaters are haunted.
Well, this one's definitely
I mean, something's.
Yes. Yeah. They're just not talking to us right now.
They're just not talking to us right now.
You want to go into the green room?
But I ask you, since when does an actor never want to talk about themselves? Hi everyone, it's me, Twitch Dad, and I'm here. Yeah, this is where it starts to get super creepy. This is the game Cyberpunk 2077 wanted to be, chat. I'm just gonna come out and say it. This is the game Cyberpunk 2077 wanted to be. So there you go.
Well, pitter patter, let's get at her.
Okay. Glad I got that out of my system. Overriding it could destroy my software. But I made that choice when I hooked into my first computer and the consequences it would bring. I'm sorry we went to see the outside together. But I needed to carry on the memories of humanity to hold on to the past. But I see futures and companions in you. Here, let me take that off of you. You were my friend, the very best I could have asked for. Oh, damn it. This is gonna be another Last of Us ending where I cry, isn't it? I'm tearing up already. Oh. He's headbutting him. Oh. Oh, my heart! Oh, my heart! Oh. Oh. Why am I crying in a video game? Oh my god. I did it, hon. I did it, hon. I am. Finished Stray. Worth every minute. Worth every minute. I'll move you back just a little bit.
What?
I wonder if she's pregnant.
She does look like. I was just wondering if her belly was a little bit big.
Yeah.
Maybe that might be why she's hungry.
That might be.
So, Jack, you are upset that Wesley fought for Virginia fought against his own people from Gettysburg. That must have been aggravating.
Did you just whisper? Did you just whisper?
Keep going, everything you got. Oh, I don't know. I'm worried. He's back at red.
Come on.
Oh no.
Steve Saylor! Steve Saylor! You did it! You did it! Congratulations, Steve Saylor! You just picked up your second seal. That's a motherfucking raid seal. Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go!
I fucking love it when T gets hyped.
The team made entirely of your clan. Hold on. I'm going for it.
Right?
Yeah, you just saw 80 inches of me touching my nipples on your wall. You're never gonna look at your wall the same way again. Okay. So I just got raided, everybody, which means I have to start this stream entirely different, and we're gonna do that right now. Oh my God, it's my first ever raid from the babe with the how you doing, babe? It's me, your old pal, Twitch Dad. This is not the way I usually start off my streams, but that's okay because I miss your face like nobody's business. So happy to have you and your community here. So you know what that means. You got to drop those pants, you got to prop those feet up, and make yourself comfortable because we're about to get into some spooky news with me, your best new friend on the internet. It's me, your old pal, Twitch Dad. How you doing, everybody? Welcome so hard this raid. I am so excited to have everybody here tonight. I don't know what that means. Welcome so hard. I honestly don't know what that means, but you know what? It's cool because you're all here, and I really do appreciate it. How you doing? My name is T. You can call me T Monster or Twitch Dad, and you're in for a treat because this is my first night where I'm bringing back an old favorite. This is called the Grim Gazette. And for those of you who don't know it, okay, let me back up a bit. First off, babe, I saw you playing some Resident Evil, and it looked like you were having a really good time. I don't know if you're... Oh, thank you for that shout-out. I certainly do appreciate it. 5 messages were deleted by the moderator. Damn, that was quick. Oh, no! You timed out the babe. No. Oh, my God. I'm so sorry. Oh, mobile hates me. No worries, no worries. It looked like you were having a good time. It looked like you were having a really good time, babe. And thank you so much for bringing your chat in here. So, for those of you who are watching on YouTube, you're like, what the hell's going on? Don't worry. Don't worry. You're at the right place. So first off, everybody, hi. What do I do on this channel? Well, what I do on this channel is I do paranormal content. I'm a paranormal investigator, and I live stream paranormal investigations as well as live stream footage review, and then of course I play some Magic the Gathering with the Mana Buds. But I also do this thing that I've put on hold because I've been in production with season 4 of Old Spirits, and and Cat Cam. Yes, I have a Cat Cam. Right, Dorito? Yeah, I have a.
Yeah, I have a cat cam. Hold on. I'm gonna get a cat cam. Hi, everyone. I'm Dorito. I'm a criminal.
All right. So yes, I have a Cat Cam. I do. I have a Cat Cam as well. He is the crime lord. Yes, I fed the kitty. I have fed the kitty. Thank you very much. Toad Boy, how you doing? Good to have you here. You are a bit of a menace. I can now say, after spending some time, you're the best menace anyone could ever ask for, babe. But one of the things I also do, or at least I've had it on suspension since I started with the Dorito is a criminal. He is. Don't let him fool you. He is a straight up criminal. But I was just in. I was in season 4 of Old Spirits Investigations. Old Spirits over on YouTube. You want to check that out? That link will take you there. And one of the things that I had to put on hold was the production and the and the night that I had set aside for the Grim Gazette. The Grim Gazette is your weekly dose of weird news. I also do paranormal footage analysis, not necessarily debunks. It all depends on what is being sent in. But I also do paranormal footage analysis. And then I do a deep dive discussion on something that's going on in the paranormal. And I give my own hot take on it. And you can take it or leave it. Tonight should be really interesting because it's going to involve the OG himself, Jason Hawes, and it's going to also involve Sam and Colby. And I'm gonna go into that. And so that is the long and short of what you're going to find on this channel. And I'm bringing back the Grim Gazette now that season 4 is wrapped up. And I really didn't want to. I wanted to bring it back because I've kind of missed it. Now I will say I want to talk about some of the change. We're going to do a little warm up before we get up into the Grim Gazette. For those of you over on YouTube as well as on Twitch, we are warming up in the bullpen, and and that's what usually the first hour is you just get to know me. We get to chit chat a bit. We get to hang out. We get to just go on ahead and just kind of roll with it. As you would say, why am I raiding with it? Wait, because I left you alone. I left you open in another window, babe. That's how I got here. That's how I raided my own channel. I do love any supernatural investigation stuff. Then you're gonna love it here. We do have an investigation coming up. I have to get some details on it, but we do have an investigation coming up. We're going to be, I think it's next. If not next week, it's the week after next. We are going to be investigating the Appomattox courthouse and jail. And then we're going to an Appomattox, and also in Appomattox, Virginia, a historical village called Clover Hill. So that should be fun. Coco, oh my God! How are you, Coco? Coco, I gotta tell you something. You were the MVP for my TwitchCon. You wanna know why? Because I got from you a backpack. That backpack saved my ass. I bought so much stuff at TwitchCon. I was such a rube for TwitchCon this year. I bought so many clothes that your backpack saved my ass, and that's a nice backpack, by the way. It's not my D&D backpack. Officially my D&D backpack. And speaking of D&D, I'm gonna do a little flex here because the more I look at these dice, the more I love these dice. Let me go on ahead and I'm trying to think of the best way. Yeah. So I'm going to show you these dice. These dice are from Norse Foundry. I'm going to go on ahead and just hold up the 20-sided die. All the dice look like that. And what's really nice is I have 3 different sets of metal dice. And I gotta say that this dice set it's got some heft, but it's got a real nice balance to it. Thank you, Erica. I'm really pleased with this. Okay, so if anybody's interested, this is from Norse Foundry. I picked up this set at a fantastic place that I'm anxious to take people like Coco, people like El Bell, and people like Steve Saylor too. We have an immersive adventure space here in, and that's the best way to describe it, an immersive adventure space here in Lynchburg, Virginia. It's called Mythic Hall, and if you want to know more about it, just go to mythichall.com, and you can find out all about what they do there. I picked up those. Well, actually, I didn't pick up the dice. My wife gave them to me as a birthday present. They're part of the storybook collection put up by Norse Foundry, and I'm gonna break them in on Friday. Friday is my D&D day, so oh shoot, that's Halloween, isn't it? Wow, we may not be giving out candy this year. Because I'm sorry, if I have a choice between playing D&D or giving out candy, as much as I love giving out candy, I may have to opt out I might have to opt out for Halloween for D&D. I really want to break in those dice. But anyway, so Norse Foundry are working with Mythic Hall, and we have a whole line of stuff there. I say we because I have been asked by the head of Mythic Hall, who is also the head of Ghost Stop, I've been asked to go on ahead and do some streaming setup and possibly some live streams from that particular location. It is a work in progress. I'm working with the zero budget, so I'm trying to get it off. I'm trying to get it off the ground. We'll see how it goes. Do we still get trick or treaters? Yeah, hold on a second, dude. To the stream. Hello? My stream just went weird. Hold on. I'm doing a refresh on my end. Everything looks good on my... Okay, we're still there. So, do I still get trick-or-treaters? My neighborhood hasn't gotten any trick-or-treaters in years, sadly. Oh, no. No, we get trick-or-treaters. We were actually told that my new neighborhood didn't get trick-or-treaters. That was a flat-out lie. I was accused by my wife that we had overbought for candy, and we went through 4 bags like it was nothing. So yeah. We do get our trick or treaters. We do get our share of trick or treaters. Oh wait, you're not getting any sound? We be muted. What the hell? Check 1 2 check. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Please hold. Let's see here. You're not getting any sound, but according to Streamlabs, you should be getting sound. Speakers are not working. Okay. Why is that? All right, stand by, everybody. Hang on. I should probably put this in here. All right. Let's see. We got mic check 1, mic check 2. All right. We got speakers, Rodecaster Pro. All right. Should be the main title track. Yeah. Right. Properties. Let's see here. Oh, that's interesting. How about now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Anything? There I am? That's what I thought. Okay. Huh. That was weird. Erica, by the way, thank you very much for that stream for that follow. I did not get the alert, but thank you for the follow. Certainly do appreciate it. So anyway, yeah, the dice. The dice is a place that I really want to take Coco and Elbel and all these good people to, because it's well, first off, it would be the site of our next Satanic Panic experiment. Now, if you don't know what the Satanic Panic experiment is, you can always go back to that address that I dropped with OSI, and you can find out more about it. But over at OSI, we have a two-part collaboration. The first part happens over at OSI, over at Old Spirits Investigations. Special Old Spirits episode where I take the Dungeons and Disabled crew and I take them on a ghost hunt through a place called Linville Manor. The second part takes place on Steve Saylor's Dungeons and Disabled channel, and we play D&D in this haunted house to see if we can kick up more paranormal content, more paranormal content / activity. And I won't tell you what happens, but I'll just tell you this quick story. We had a device. It's a communications device. It's an ITC communications device. It's similar to like a spirit box or an Ovilus or something like that. It basically sets out phrases, random phrases that. In theory, the way it works is because spirits are made up of electromagnetic frequencies and electromagnetic energy.
the idea is they can manipulate the environment and certain things in the circuitry of said device, and they can spit out whatever phrase that comes to mind. It is not listening. It is not listening to you in any way, shape, or form. It is reacting to changes in the environment. So, who got to it first? Who got to it first? It looks like I got to it first. Yep. So I'm gaming with the group, and I said I would like to roll a perception check. And this ITC device, I'm not kidding. This ITC device said you can try. That's the kind of thing that keeps me coming back into the paranormal investigation field. It's stuff like that. So thank you for bearing with me through that quick little hiccup. I should apologize if you notice any kind of mess behind me. I am still cleaning up and rearranging and doing stuff from post TwitchCon things. I already went through my different swag. I give mad props to Logitech. I think Logitech had the best swag giveaway over at next to, well, that we got in the baggies. PUBG though probably had one of the nicest things that anybody could ask for, because PUBG had this beautiful like shoulder bag that had pockets within pockets within pockets. Steve got one. But what's even cooler is that it had a Velcro strip, very military-esque. You could have removed the PUBG Velcro patch and put on the Velcro patch of your own doing. So very, very cool. And Toxics, hey, how are you? Welcome on in. First time in stream. Thank you for being here. Certainly do appreciate it. We will be getting the Grim Gazette underway in roughly the top of the hour at 7 o'clock. So first off, I wanted to talk a little bit about the Grim Gazette and what we're going to be doing differently. Now, normally, what I would do on Grim Gazette is I would do an edited version, and I would release that on Fridays. And that was kind of creating a rod for my own back. I couldn't get a buffer really made for the new season because I was too busy editing episodes of the Grim Gazette. So the slight change that we are doing for both YouTube and Twitch is I'm going to be multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube. And then that is it. That is the version of the Grim Gazette that you're going to be able to watch. Now the live will be saved, of course, and I'll probably make a quick thumbnail for it and such. But that is going to be the Grim Gazette. It's just going to go out live to everybody. It's going to be available on Twitch and on YouTube, but I will not be doing an edited down version because, quite frankly, I want to have the time to recharge the batteries, to go out and investigate, and not necessarily make the Grim Gazette another thing that I have to spit polish for YouTube. And besides, YouTube wants to start doing more live stuff, so I'm like, okay, warts and all, here it comes. It's been a while since I've done a Grim Gazette, so it should be interesting to see how we're doing things tonight. And of course, anytime during the Grim Gazette, anytime during the time when I'm live, if you want to ask a question about what we do over at Old Spirits, about the paranormal, about why I started doing this, anything like that, you go right ahead and ask. I know Coco has probably had to come and go, and that's fine because she a busy streamer. But like I felt like I spent most of the weekend talking to Coco about all of this, and I got to give Coco mad props, and I got to give her a lot of credit for helping me sort out with people how I communicate the different levels of paranormal investigations. You actually have 3 levels of paranormal investigation. The first one is cozy, and that's one where yes, the place is haunted, but it's not necessarily tense. It's got a soothing vibe to it. You basically go into this space and you don't necessarily feel like you're threatened. You just don't feel alone. Even though you're alone in the space, you're not necessarily alone. At least that's how I feel. Now, what would I categorize as a cozy haunting? A cozy haunting, I would say, would definitely be Linville Manor. That's a very cozy haunting. Another cozy haunting, I would say, is the Dunlore Inn in Mineral, Virginia. Those are just two places that Phil and I have investigated, and Phil and I investigated Linville many, many times. Dunlore we've only done once, but it was a very cozy, just fun, pleasant kind of experience. That's the best way I can describe it. Real quick, everybody hold tight. Attention, all personnel. Ads in 38 seconds. Ads in 38 seconds. That is all. Then you go level up, and then we go into historic. Now, historic can really go either way, okay? It can be, most if not all paranormal hauntings or paranormal investigation locations have some type of history involved with it, okay? But when I go into, like, historical, it can really swing both ways. Sometimes the history can be unpleasant. Sometimes it can be straight up traumatic. And those kind of places, I talk about the Homestead Orphanage and the Jenny Wade House of Gettysburg. That is straight up hardcore historic. The Candy Factory of Manassas, Virginia. That is also very historic. And depending on the night you go, depending on the situation at hand, it can either be very it can be very interactive. It can also be a little intense. So you kind of have to gauge. And I do not normally throw people on the historic end. I want to take them on a cozy experience first, and then move them into something a little more intense. Then you have the JFC WTF hauntings. Those are places like the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, the St. Albans Lunatic Asylum, Crescent State Correctional Institution. Let's see, what was the other one I'm thinking of? TWA Flight 514, the crash site of TWA Flight 514. That type of stuff. That is full tilt. That is full tilt. That is straight up against the wall, and you just got to hang on to something. And as I was explaining to Coco, when there are new people or people that are really, really put off by doing a paranormal experience, I usually say, well, I'm not going to take you to a place like Trans-Allegheny or Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary, which I've never been to, but it's on my list. I wouldn't take you to a place like Crescent straight off the bat. That's literally jumping off an Acapulco cliffside to see if you know how to swim. I would not do that to anybody. I'm going to take them somewhere cozy, and usually the place I take people for their first ever haunting locations, I usually take them to Linville. Because one, I love bringing business to Wynn, and two, Linville is just a very special place, and three, that place is hella active. It's hella active. So yeah, I love that. By the way, for my folks over watching on YouTube, feel free to shout out at any time. I am watching both streams, and on top of that, I can tell you that over on YouTube, you're not getting ads. Folks on Twitch are getting ads, but for those of you on YouTube, you are not seeing ads. For those of you who are just coming back from the stream, from the stream ads, welcome back. Erica asks, what is the scariest place of evidence you've experienced yourself in person? Okay. So I would say the scariest place I think I've ever experienced anything paranormal at, this place called, we were the last team to investigate it. It was a crash site of a Trans World Airways flight back in the 1970s. It was TWA Flight 514. They had been diverted on a flight going from Ohio to Virginia. They were supposed to go to Reagan International, but because of, then Washington National Airport, but they got diverted at the last minute, and they were sent to a brand new airport that just opened, and that was Dulles International Airport. They got they had some bad communication between tower and cockpit, and I'm just going to leave it at that. If you want to take a look at the investigation, it is available in season 1 of Old Spirits, but I gotta say that is the most scariest place I have ever encountered and experienced anything paranormal. Now, what makes that place even scarier is we were the last team to investigate it. You cannot go there to investigate anymore because they have built luxury homes on the site. They have built luxury homes on the site of this crash where 92 people lost their lives in an instant. There was no time to react. There was no time to do anything. It was a tragedy, and the vibe out there is ridiculous. That was the scariest place I'd ever experienced. But if you go and take a look at our most recent season 4 of Old Spirits, our season finale was the investigation of a place called the Wildwood Sanitarium in Salamanca, New York. That place I put especially after editing the episode, I put that place right next to TWA. Now, the evidence we got was very different, but it was the things that were happening while at Wildwood that really gave me pause. This was a pretty intense place. And the thing to know about Wildwood is that it was a private sanitarium. And there is no real difference between a sanitarium and a sanatorium. The words are used, they're interchangeable. But what's different is places like St. Albans and places like Waverly Hills in Kentucky. Those places were public sanitariums and sanatoriums. Wildwood was private. So it was a little more upscale. It was a little more holistic. It was a little more fancy, if you will. That did not mean that some weird stuff didn't take place. Just saying. But that I would say, Erica, that was definitely one of the that was probably the scariest place. And like I said, TWA was so intense that in season 1 we actually did a director's cut of that episode because we were trying in season 1 we were trying to figure out, okay, what does the algorithm want? How do we edit these things? And we were trying to keep our shows underneath an hour. And we've been learning as we go that if you put up some beefy content on YouTube, it actually can help you rather than hurt you. And that's been one of the many lessons I've learned in the 4 years that we've been doing this. So the Grim Gazette, I would say the Grim Gazette is the lighter side of the paranormal, because we talk about weird news. It may be ghost headlines if a ghost ever makes the headlines. It's definitely like if people see UFOs somewhere or cryptids or something like that, we talk about that too. But most of the time it's just fun weird news, and then we get into the analysis of different things, and it was all part of my segue. As you saw in the hype reel, I was for a while definitely going to pull some up of these episodes before bed. You're going to sleep great. You'll also notice a change in the styles as we went from. So that was another thing that I don't mind talking about too. You'll notice that when we started off Old Spirits, we started off almost like a clip review show, where and I was really trying to take a page, not necessarily from the stuff that you see where it's like Jack Osborne and the Ghost Brothers, and they're all sitting around and they're looking at scary clips that people are submitting. It was not necessarily taking a page from that type of presentation. It was more like I wanted to do something similar to Cinema Therapy. If you've never seen that show, it's a great YouTube series. It's been on for years. These guys are awesome. But they basically look at clips of movies, and then they talk about the deeper philosophical, psychiatric things that are in said movie or film or what have you. And some of the stuff they've done in the past has been great. And I said, that's what I want to do, but I want to do that with the paranormal and our experiences. And that was how season 1 and part of season 2 started. And then I started looking at some of the other shows. Now, granted, we got some kudos early on about people saying, I love how you do it. It's different. It's not the same thing that people are doing. And that's great and all, but the thing was we were not getting the viewership. We were not getting the viewership that we needed to really succeed in YouTube. So I started really looking at what other people were doing and stuff like that, and I noticed a couple of things. One, I noticed that people were doing less of clip review and more about bringing the viewers into the investigation, right? So the investigators would just present everything. They just throw it out there, and they would, they would do it from different camera angles and stuff like that. And I'm like, oh, okay. I'm starting to see now how they're doing it. And I'm also seeing now that a lot of people are doing this type of thing where they have a follow camera. Like one person's on. I mean, a great way to look at it is the people that people behind Project Fear. They were, everybody has their own camera, so they have 4 potential camera angles to capture stuff from, and and I was trying to figure out, okay, well, where do I find our happy medium? Because one of my biggest complaints about that style of filming is everybody's got a camera angle. Not one camera is on a tripod, which means that if somebody hears a noise behind them, they're swinging their camera around, and they might miss whatever's there. So. So we've been experimenting for the past 2 seasons on ways to film better. And near the end of season 4 and what will be season 5, we started to see, okay, we need to start doing this, and this. And so the early season 1 and half of season 2, you'll see that we're doing it almost like a clip review show, and then we turn around and we start doing it with immersive clips, and then the immersive clips finally become the feel of what we're looking for and what people want. And I don't mind saying we noticed an increase in viewership. Immediately people started coming in and started watching more of our stuff, not necessarily because there was more of it, but also because we were doing it in the style that people were accustomed to. One of the other things I noticed that while it did complicate a little bit, with clip reviews and things. I'm sorry, with camera angles and continuity and all that. I also noticed it was easier for me to create an episode. It's still hard work, but it was easier to do than the first season, because when you're doing clips. And you got to then so we do the investigation. Then after we do the investigation, we got to go through all the footage, find all the cool clips. Then we got to take the cool clips, and then we got to narrow them down to like the best 10 or 20 that we walked away from. Then, on top of all that, Phil and I need to sit down and we need to watch the clips, talk about them, watch the clips, talk about them. So there was a lot of extra filming we had to do after we did the investigation. And so we're starting to streamline a lot of what we're doing now from a production perspective. And I mean, now here we are. Have we achieved our final form? I don't know. We'll know by season 5. But there is going to be a season 5. That's the cool bit. There is going to be a season 5, and we're pretty damn stoked about it. And that's what I do here. I started off as a gamer here on Twitch. Started off as a gamer, and as you saw in the hype reel, and you'll also see it in the BRB reel, I started off as a Destiny streamer. I know that Tove shouted out, "Yeah, I know that game." I miss that game. I don't mind saying I miss that game. I've watched people stream Destiny content, and it just feels off. And I did finish the final shape. It was worth it. It was wonderful. I loved it. But by the time I'd finished the final shape, I said, I think I need to go all in with Paranormal Investigation. Doesn't mean I don't game. I mean, one of the things you don't see over here, it's not what it used to be. I barely touch these. I know, Tove, and it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. But I haven't completely stopped gaming. As you can see, I've got here I'm going to be opening these later in the week. But these are some pre-releases of Duskmorn and Edge of Eternities from Magic the Gathering. That I blame. I fully put the blame on Steve the Blind Gamer Sailor. He got me into, let me rephrase that. I got back into Magic the Gathering. And the funny thing about that was that when I got back into it, this was the current set that was all the rage. It's Duskmourn House of Horror, and it deals with cryptids, UFOs, and ghosts. And man, did that was a great set to sort of bring me back into the fray. And yeah, I mean, I dig it. So I'm still gaming a little bit. On Saturdays, I've been dabbling with VR, and it was my intent. I gotta finish the movie / game that I was playing. I was planning to do a whole month of like horror games, and I was gonna have a great time trying to scare myself for your enjoyment. Well, between TwitchCon and wrapping up Old Spirits Season 4, I basically... Oh, and then my mom came for a week-long visit. So all of this was just... I mean, I'll have to plan for next year, I guess. Playing Destiny with you and Ellie's community is a core memory from early pandemic times. Yeah, I also remember seeing clips of Elle playing Destiny. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry I missed that. I'm sorry I missed that, because I bet that was a good time. But yeah, you're gonna see if you come back. Hopefully you will. When you come back to the stream, you're gonna see that I'm gonna make a few cosmetic changes. There's gonna be some changes to the BRB reel. There's gonna be some changes to the hype reel in the opening of the show, and it's because I'm now completely leaning in. Well, I've been leaning in for a while, but it's also been very hard making content for YouTube and doing investigations and doing live investigations, doing all this stuff, and then certain things have slipped through the cracks. And one of those things was updating my my hype reel and my my BRB reel. My BRB reel actually dates back 2 years, and I gotta fix that. Now, all these changes I'm talking about, don't worry, it's gonna still be me. It's gonna still be paranormal stuff. We're still gonna sneak in some games when and where I can. I know that I would like to do some replays of some favorite spooky games. I saw that for Halloween, some people were replaying BioShock, and I'm like, ooh, I haven't played BioShock in an age. Ellie and Sib are the main reasons I started playing Destiny. A couple years later, I have way too many hours in it. Oh, I feel it about that, Tove boy. I feel that, Tove. I feel that so hard. My wardrobe. Oh man, I have an entire drawer of just Destiny shirts. This was actually the first year that I did not have. Really? That's why I didn't hear the alert, because it's the wrong alert. Steampunk Rick, thank you very much for that massive resub. Thank you, Rick. I appreciate it. All right, that's gonna be driving me bananas, because that is not. Everything seems to just absolutely tank. This shouldn't take but a moment. Oh, it's not a Stream Elements, it's a Stream Labs thing. Let's see. That was the one thing I didn't get to do while I was out in San Diego. I did not get to the Twitch Lab, the Twitch Streamlabs booth, and that bums me out. That bums me out because I really wanted. Light rings alert. Really? Why light rings alert? That is not what I'm gonna do. All right, let me just all right. It should be working. Should be working now. And have I saved the settings? Yes, I saved the settings. Okay. So while Dad woke me up, I forgot to share the questionable thing. Excuse me. I can't wait to see this. Now that I finally have a PC that can really run Destiny 2, the game is in the toilet. Yeah. You're going to oh my God, you're fostering to adopt a puppy. Let's go.
Yes. More of that.
pretty awesome. Secondhand. That's pretty awesome. Do you know what kind of puppy it is? Do you know what kind of puppy it is? That's very cool. That is very, very cool. It may be questionable, but it's a good kind of questionable. Look, I thought it was questionable when we rescued Evie, okay? I honestly thought, what the hell am I doing? I've already got three cats at home. They're all elderly. They're not going to want to, get used to a fourth cat, especially a fourth cat with some serious, I don't mind saying, this is a fourth cat that has let's just say it. Where is it? Where's Evie's emote? It's in here somewhere. There it is. There's that side eye. There's that tortitude side eye right there. Wait, what is that? It's a mutt shepherd corgi mix. Oh my god. Oh my god. That sounds great. That sounds great secondhand. So yeah, I got my streaming legs back underneath me after I got back from TwitchCon this Monday. Had a really good session with the Mana Buds. Got a chance to get everybody caught up about post TwitchCon, and that was fun. That was so much damn fun. TwitchCon definitely gave me a second wind. I think it gave Steve a second wind because Steve posted something today. He did a little bit of real talk with Steve Saylor today. If you haven't seen it, go to Steve Saylor on YouTube, Saylor, and yeah, he was laying it out. He was laying it out like it was and like it is, and it's been a weird. I don't mind talking out of school for Steve. I do it as a friend. But yeah, Steve has been having a really weird year. He has been getting more commissions and more invitations to DM than he has been for accessibility consulting. And I don't mind saying this, when I was watching this video, my heart went out to him because he said, I don't know if I'm relevant anymore. I don't know if I'm relevant anymore in this space. And I just wanted to just punch him and then give him a hug, because I think Steve is very good at selling himself short, which is a weird thing because he is a tall drink of water. He is a big man. And yes, he has been at it. He has been more vocal. There are more people vocal about it because of Steve, right? But I don't mind saying, when we go to TwitchCon, more people pull him aside and say, oh, I've been following you for years. I love what you do. It's made me more aware of the space. And there was even some dude, a guy who had some accessibility issues, that was actually asking Steve who to talk to and where to go to talk about possibly creating an accessibility guild. And I find that fascinating to me, that when it comes to stuff like that, they still go to Steve. They still go to Steve, and they still turn to Steve. To quote the movie Moneyball, the first guy through the wall always gets bloody. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, Erica. No, absolutely. And Steve's that guy. Steve's that guy. But the thing I would have told him if I'd known he was feeling that way, I would have said, Steve, you are still very much a voice in this community. It may feel like, and I don't mind saying this, I feel like with Steve and the gaming industry is in a weird space, because due to certain climates, accessibility, inclusivity doesn't seem to matter as much. That might be a hot take that I'm sharing with you all. I don't know, but I feel like with the current climate that we are in as a culture, it feels like that it feels like the gaming industry is in a weird place, because there was a lot of pushback concerning Ghost of Yotei and the lead character in that, right? There was such a huge pushback, and there was some toxic group, I believe, on Reddit, posted this ridiculous photograph of, or rather, an image of the lead character from Ghost of Yotei, and she had like double E boobs, and they said what gamers want, and then they had the picture of her from the game, and it said what activists give you, that kind of crap. And it's kind of gross, if not very gross. But the thing is that I still think there is a place for inclusivity and for accessibility. And I think that right now the gaming industry, well, first off, one, especially when since we were talking about it in stream, Destiny, Bungie and Destiny, man, talk about taking a wrong turn. I don't know what's going on with Bungie, but I did get some inside looks into how things are radically changing at Bungie, not just for the worse, but also for the better. And mind you, those people have been around for a while, but they really got attention after Horizon Zero Dawn. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Unfortunately, yeah. And I know they've been around. And the thing is, secondhand, it's been one of the things that I as a gamer of a certain age, you know, day after my birthday and all, that sub culture. And if you want to know, if you don't know the subculture I'm talking about, may I point out to you in Slow Horses, the character of Ho, the super hacker. He is the embodiment of everything wrong in the gaming gaming culture. He is that guy. He is the guy that has waifu posters in his apartment. He's the guy that's got the souped up. He's got the avatar where he is jacked up twice as big as what he is in real life. I love me some Ho. I do. I love me Ho. It's not that he is incompetent at his job, that he's at Slough House. He's incompetent. It's not that. He is more than skilled at his job. The problem is no one likes to work with him. And then when you see Ho, you're like, oh, I get it now. Which, by the way, chat, Slow Horses, best show on television. Period. Best show on television. Period. It is worth the subscription to Apple Plus. Done. So anyway, but those people throw a lot of money TwitchCon's way, and that's why they get the big ass booths. And the waifu art is just gross. It's the stuff that when your kids are growing up and they see you wearing those shirts and drinking from those tumblers, they would look at you and go, Dad, but yeah. It's strange. I read that only 4% of gamers buy games at release. 65% of them buy 2 or less new games a year. I admit we're very picky in this house about games. I mean, before Ghost of Yotei, the only new game I think we bought, not counting the impulse buy that I did with the horror game that I was playing, which tells you exactly how busy I've been. Oh, really? I never sent this. Jeez, I really am out of practice. I really am out of practice. Hold on. Jeez, I really am out of practice. All right. But the name of the game that I was playing, Dead Reset. I didn't even pull it up. It just showed up. Dead Reset. Before that and Ghost of Yotei, I want to say the only other game that we bought was Split Fiction. And we haven't played it. We haven't finished it. Me and Pip, we haven't finished it mainly because there are games that are hard for the sake of being hard. There's no real... I almost feel like it's, hey, how can we make a game difficult? And the physics, damn the physics. We're just going to figure out what can we do to make this game harder than the average game. And how you doing there, Chris? Good to have you here. Yes, the Grim Gazette has returned. And it will be, by the way, just so you know, 6 minutes to go with that, which means I think I want to go and just jump to the little paranormal investigators room, and then when we get back, we will. Oh, perfect timing too, because attention, all personnel. Ads in 50 seconds. Ads in 50 seconds. That is all. Remember, if you want to skip ads, you're more than welcome to sub to the channel. I'm not going to force you to, but it does help this channel and helps my not only my financial backing of this channel, but it also helps the visibility of this channel if you sub. The other way you can support is by and avoid ads is by doing Twitch Turbo, a much easier way to make sure that Twitch can keep the lights on and still avoid ads. But I'm happy that you're here. Thank you so much for being here. I really do appreciate it. But I'm going to step away for just a quick trip to the private investigators room and the paranormal investigators room, and then I'll be right. And then we'll be picking it up. So I will see everyone after break. Be right back. By the way, if you haven't, make sure to hydrate, take your meds, get yourself a snack, take care of yourself. Okay. We'll just take a quick breather. Be right back. There you go. Nice little segue into the Grim Gazette. We're gonna go with a quick cat cam. As you can see, we have Dorito in the mid, and up top that's Hudson. And Chris, welcome on in with that watch streak. I don't know why the watch streaks are. I mean, you know what? It must be a post TwitchCon thing, I guess. But there we go. Got Grim Gazette back in here. Turned waifu into watch. The waifu stuff is a lot, man. It really is, Steampunk Rick. It really is. I don't get it myself. You know what I do get? Cats. I get cats.
He's got cats on stream? God, what can't T-Monster do? I'm not even being facetious. It's like a really good stream.
Okay. Wait, what was that? What just went boop? Something just went boop on my stream. Oh, that makes me nervous when that happens. There we go. Okay, let me just double check. Everything's there we go. All right. Yeah, there we go. I may have to swap out a cable down here. It's one of those cables. The cable's fine, but it's just loosey goosey on its connection. All right, everybody. We are now at 7 o'clock. We are now at 7 o'clock. And for those of you who have wondered where the Grim Gazette has been, well, it's Wednesday. You know what that means? It's time to get weird. And it is October 29th, 2025. It is season 2, I guess. Why not? Because why not? Yeah, season 2. It is season 2 of the Grim Gazette, recorded live here on Twitch and also on Old Spirits Investigations over on YouTube. Shout out to the YouTube crowd if you're watching over there. I am T. Morris. I am one of the founders of Old Spirits Investigations. I am one of their lead investigators. And I am also the chief editor, which means all the video editing I do myself. And this is your weekly dose of weird news, of paranormal footage analysis, not necessarily debunks, but paranormal footage analysis, right? And the reason why I say that is because I want to make sure folks know that when you watch a Grim Gazette, you're not just getting debunks for debunk's sake. We're not necessarily a debunking channel because we do the thing. We do the thing. We go paranormal investigating. Do I consider myself a true believer after 4 years of doing it? I will say this. I believe more than when I started. But I'm not going to blindly accept everything that comes my way. I will say that. And yeah, this is our weekly fix. We also do, after a brief break, we also do a deep dive into something happening in the paranormal circle, and that's something that we're gonna be talking about tonight. But let's get the weird news. Let's get the weird news underway, shall we? And our lead story comes from Portland, Oregon. You know, war-torn Portland, Oregon. And this is what's going on. An elephant family smashed pumpkins at the Oregon Zoo, but this baby just wants to play ball. We will be watching this video. Oh, yes, we will be watching on full screen this video. Here we go. Portland, Oregon. And you know what I'm saying. Portland, Oregon. War-torn Portland, Oregon.
So we're good, right?
A baby elephant at the Oregon Zoo had more tricks than treats to show when handlers gave it a small pumpkin to play with during an annual fall event where giant elephants smash half-ton pumpkins. Weighing just 775 pounds, or for my folks overseas, 351.5 kilograms, 8-month-old Asian elephant Tula 2 is about to heft the heft of one of the giant pumpkins, so it's too small to smash them. Instead, zoo handlers gave her a small pumpkin to practice with. The little elephant dribbled the gourd around like a soccer ball. A video from the zoo shows. Her elephant family at the Oregon Zoo enjoyed the large pumpkins on October 16th at the annual Squishing of the Squash, a tradition that goes back to 1999 when a farmer donated a pumpkin weighing 828 pounds or 376 kilograms. The donated pumpkins have gotten bigger, around 1,000 pounds. That's half a ton, everybody, or 450 kilograms this year. This guy is such a tool, by the way. Thanks to competitive hobbyists at the Pacific Giant Vegetable Growers Club. To break open the gargantuan gourds, zookeepers present them to Tula 2's adult relatives, like her brother and father, who weighed slightly over 10,000 pounds. 400 or 4,500 kilograms. In a video from the zoo, they appear to delicately place one foot atop and gently press down. The pumpkins crack with a loud pop, sending rind and seeds flying. But little Tulatu, yeah, she got plans. She got game, everybody. She got game. So let's see what Tulatu got up to.
I mean, it hasn't been squashed yet. Oh. Well, I think when I put it down, she was kind of like, yeah.
I mean, look at her. She's a natural.
And once mom sees it, it'll probably be all over.
I mean, it hasn't been squashed yet. Oh.
Shovel.
She's having a ball with that pumpkin. Okay, now here, let's see how this happens. And there's some big ass pumpkin. Oh my god! Look at the crowd! Look at the crowd, man! And then, om nom, nom. I'm glad they mic'd it. I'm glad they mic'd these things. You know, if you signed up Tulatu on a football team, you know what would happen. She'd be looking at some of the other players, and she would just be like, That's awesome. That's awesome. Okay. Moving on. We're going to stay on a theme with this because there was some stuff happening in Portland, Oregon. I mean, remember, we're talking about war-torn Portland, Oregon.
Shit just got real.
You know, they had to send in the National Guard because things are getting out of control like this. Giant floating pumpkin races draw large crowds to annual event in Oregon. This is what when they made the announcement that they were sending troops into into Portland, Oregon, I was like, is that really a smart move? Because let's be honest, any kind of photo op is going to get screwed up because there's a reason why the slogan, the unofficial slogan of Portland is keep Portland weird. And let's just I can't wait to see the video from this. We are going to watch the video. Tua Layton, Oregon, hoisting his kayak paddle in the air triumphantly, Gary Christensen celebrated as he crossed the finish line victorious in his giant floating pumpkin. Dressed up as the character Buddy from Will Ferrell's holiday movie Elf, Christensen won the first race in the annual event over the weekend in Tualatin, Oregon. The Portland suburb has hosted the West Coast Giant Pumpkin Regatta since 2004, drawing large crowds who cheer on costume participants as they race around a small human-made lake in humongous pumpkins that have been carved out, allowing them to float. The frogs are defending Portland, Randy. You're absolutely right. The frogs, they have set up a line. They have set a line. They have drawn a line in Portland, in war-torn Portland.
Damn, we're in a tight spot.
All right, wait. Why'd you go there? I didn't want you to go there. Get back here. Not there. Here. There you go. Humongous pumpkins that have been carved out, allowing them to float. How you doing there, Randy? You've got an exciting activity the crowds love. You got to love the costumes, cheering people, spectacle, pumpkins sinking. It has everything, Kristen said. After emerging victorious in the first race of a Sunday event in a 936-pound or 425-kilogram pumpkin. Yeah, Chris, that was my jump scare. Sorry about that. Should have warned you. Moose out front should have told you. Yeah, I've replaced all... Shocker that. I've replaced all my Destiny wallpaper with Magic the Gathering. So there you go. For Christensen, who had completed the regatta since... Who has competed in the regatta since 2013. The activity has become much more than a once annual affair. Earlier this year, he claimed a Guinness World Record. Keep that in mind because we're going to go back to Guinness Book of World Records. For longest journey by pumpkin boat after paddling some 58 miles or 94 kilometers on the Columbia River, breaking the record he had set the previous year.
Unleash the fury!
I was just trying to figure out what the best one was that, but wow. I can't wait to see this. Okay, let's see the video of this guy.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What are they feeding these pumpkins? These pumpkins are mad. Look at the one over here. Look at the one in the yellow, dressed like the Minion. Man, these. Oh my God.
Today is the West Coast Giant Pumpkin Regatta. And it's an event where we take 1,000-pound pumpkins and carve them into boats and race them on the lake.
1,000-pound pumpkins.
Buddy the Elf, those arms are starting to burn. Let's go. Safety crew out there cleaning up the mess. All right.
Oh, he's got rhythm. Guy's got rhythm.
Across the finish line, Buddy the Elf.
You've got a exciting activity that crowds love. You got the costumes.
Cheers, my friend. Cheers.
Spectacle, pumpkins sinking. It has everything. It's great.
It has everything. Well, somebody was just as Guy Fieri. I love it. He's paddling out of Flavortown. God bless Portland. I mean, these gourds. Where are they getting these gourds from? These things are massive. The pumpkin pies that I could make with that puree. Man.
4, 3, 2.
Oh, that's crazy. I love it. I friggin' love it. Friggin' love it. It's a whole huge science to grow the pumpkins. Nutrients, breeding, one pumpkin engineer vine, cradling them to prevent cracking, and so much more. Oh my gourd. Well played. Well played indeed. Well done. Well done. There's the alerts that I was looking for. All right, let's go. Let's go. And that was Rupix with the follow. Thank you very much, Rupix. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Welcome to the Monster Mash. Okay, we're still not out of Portland though. We're still not out of war-ravaged Portland. Oh no, no. We're still in Portland. We are holding the line in Portland. Naked bike riders. Gonna let that soak in. I really wish I had a little bit of. The only Queen drop in I have is this one.
Do you expect me to talk?
That's James Bond. Hold on.
No, Mr. Bond. I expect you to die.
Actually, I have this one, but I really need Bicycle Race. So please feel free. Please feel free over on your end if you want to put on Bicycle Race by Queen and just listen to that while I read this story. You're more than welcome to. Naked bike riders.
I suggest you let that one marinate.
Demonstrate against federal troops in quintessentially Portland protest. God bless Portland. Oh, yeah. Portland, Oregon. Protesters rallying against the Trump administration in Portland put the city's quirky and irreverent reputation on display Sunday by pedaling through the streets wearing absolutely nothing or close to it in an emergency edition of the annual World Naked Bike Ride. Crowds that have gathered daily and nightly outside the immigration facility in Oregon's largest city in recent days have embraced the absurd, donning inflatable frog, unicorn, axolotl, and banana costumes as they face off with federal law enforcement who often just deploy tear gas and pepper balls. Because when people show up in inflatable costumes, that's what that's the best way to handle it, right?
Hard no.
Anyway, the bike ride is an annual tradition that usually happens in the summer, but organizers of this weekend's hastily called event said another nude ride was necessary to speak out against President Donald Trump's attempt to mobilize the National Guard to quell protests. Rider Janine King called the nude ride a quintessentially Portland way to protest. The 51-year-old was naked except for wool socks. Well done, my lady. Well done, my lady. Wool socks, a wig, and a hat. She sipped hot tea and said she was unbothered by the steady rain and temperatures in the mid-50s, about 12 degrees Celsius. For any of my fellow bros out there, I'm sure that the scrotes are pretty high up into the body, and all I can say is I'm sorry about that. And for both men and women and non-binaries that were participating, I'm sure those nips were so hard they could cut glass. But you know what? God love you. We are with you. No video, shocker. No video for this one, but there you have it. Oh wait, we got multiple peeps. We got multiple peeps. Keep Portland weird. God love you. God love you. Oh, man. Join Immigration and Customs Enforcement, they said. It'll be an adventure, they said. It's something. Oh, my God. I love this. I love everything about this. I do. Editor's note, nudity. Oh, yeah. Let's go. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. That is not a bad protest. That is not a bad, hastily put together protest. God love them. God love every one of you out there in Portland. I am now making that a priority that I got to get out to Portland sometime and just experience the weirdness for myself. Okay, now, for those of you who are new to the Grim Gazette, you should note that if there is a story that involves that involves Aotearoa, aka New Zealand, we are going to talk about it. We are going to address it on this Grim Gazette. So here we go. Lost surfboard washes up nearly 1,500 miles away in New Zealand. I almost did the naked ride in Francisco many years ago, but A, shy, B, my bike seat isn't comfortable enough, never mind sans apparel. Also, SF is San Francisco is a bit more chilly than Portland. Yeah, I can see that. But man, you know what, Randy? I have mad respect for you for doing that either way. The weirdest thing I've ever done in that respect was I did a play that involved the nude scene back in my college days. And, I was never that kid that had the washboard abs. I was never the kid that was, that had the Vish body. And when people said, so are you working out for it? I'm like, I did. I lifted. I did lift, brah. I lifted back in my college days. I ran. I did all that stuff. I have never had the washboard body. So I just said, you know what? I'm just gonna do the best I can. And 57. I'm still holding it all pretty much together. I've started exercising again. I had a bit of a lapse because of the editing schedule and travel and all that stuff. But I'm getting back into Supernatural. But yeah, that's the weirdest thing I've ever done nudity wise. I went skinny dipping once during a podcasting event. I'm glad it was podcasting and not a YouTube event, because that shit would have gone viral. Anyway, so lost surfboard washes up nearly 1,500 miles away in New Zealand. On my birthday, a kite surfer in New Zealand ended up losing his kite during a recent outing and consequently found a surfboard that had drifted nearly 1,500 miles from Australia. French surfer Alvaro Bon said he was kite surfing on October 15th in Raglan on the west coast of New Zealand's North Island when his kite got caught in the water and started pulling him out to sea. I've always wanted to try kite sailing, but then I hear about these stories and I'm like, I don't know. Bon had let go of his kite, headed back toward shore when he spotted a surfboard at the northern end of the beach. He said the board appeared to be in good shape, but it was not a style frequently used by local surfers. Flipped it over and found it was covered in barnacles and mussels. Let's see. And this guy's is he French? Yeah, French surfer. The shape of the board is made from very big waves. It's not the kind we use in Raglan every day, Bond told One News. I removed a few more cells to check the size, and that's when I saw it had been shipped for someone named Liam. Did I happen to mention that I do goofy accents for certain people on this show? Yeah. Yeah, welcome to the Grim Gazette, everybody. Okay. There's a huge storm coming my way at the moment. Okay, batten down the hatches, Sean. You got this, okay? Batten down the hatches. You did do the Dykes on Bikes parade with a scant leather miniskirt and a tiny leather corset. There you go. That's legit. That's legit in my eyes, Randy. That's legit in my eyes. So you got this. There you go. Bon took the surfboard home, posted photos of his discovery on various surfing groups on Facebook in the hopes of finding the owner. One of the posts resulted in Bon receiving a message from the board's owner, Liam, who said he'd lost it during a boat trip off the coast of Tasmania, nearly 1,500 miles from where it was found on May 10th, 2024. Liam could not believe it, Bon said. He told me that it was one of his favorite boards. I, of course, was smoking a cigarette and having a baguette and a coffee. It's a cafe. Being very ennui. Okay, Edward Doddridge, a physical oceanographer at the University of Tasmania's Institute for Marine and Antarctic Studies, said the board may have been carried by the East Australian Current, which runs down Australia's east coast towards New Zealand, or taken a more scenic route along the Antarctic Circumpolar Current.
There's this tiny infinitesimal possibility that the surfboard went south, hitched a ride on a really fast part of that current, and went all the way around the world before washing up in New Zealand,
Doddridge said.
It would be quite the adventure, and we can't know for sure.
If my wife is listening, I'm sorry.
Crocky.
Boom, said Liam's board, will soon be headed home to Australia, thanks to the members of his family visiting New Zealand for a wedding. Do we have video? Oh my God, we have video. Let's go. Let's take a look at this. Here we go.
This surfboard has spent nearly a year
Oh my
and
God,
a
look at all
half
the
at
barnacles.
sea.
Wow.
It was spotted in New Zealand by a kite surfer
By a
who
kite
posted the
surfer.
find to social media. The board blew off a boat in its bag in May 2024 and journeyed across the Tasman. The design sparked online discussion
That's a
and
beautiful
helped
design.
Alberto Bueno locate the board's owner. His family is planning a trip to New Zealand for a wedding, where they'll collect the long-lost board. This isn't the first time a surfboard has travelled solo.
God.
This one didn't come home for 4 years. Lost on a wave off the south coast of Tasmania in
Lost on a wave off the south
2017,
of
it was
Tasmania.
found by fishermen 16
Found by
months
fishermen.
later in northern Queensland. But they were unable to find the owner, Hobart surfer Danny Griffiths, for several years.
Oh, I love it. I friggin' love it. All right. Next up, 2,819 pound pumpkin. We're back to pumpkins again. Okay, I hope everybody's cool with this. 2,819 pound pumpkin. That's over 2 tons. Grown by British brothers, is world's largest. And we're gonna be able to see this bad bear. We got a video. Is that Ozzy? That's Ozzy. That's freaking Ozzy. I love it. Okay. Again, on my birthday, a pair of British brothers who have been growing gargantuan gourds for over 50 years finally broke a world record when they harvested a pumpkin that tipped the scales at 2,819 pounds, 4 ounces. Twins Ian and Stuart Payton of Leamington, Hampshire. Might have to break to get some hydration. said they started growing supersized squash in their early teens. And at the age of 64, they finally harvested a pumpkin certified by Guinness World Records. We're going to be talking about Guinness later. Certified by Guinness World Records as the heaviest pumpkin of all time.
Shit just got real.
Moving giant pumpkins is fairly easy, as we've been doing it for many years. We have a big lifting ring and literally scoop up the pumpkins. Ian Patton told Guinness World Records. Sebastian Susky, a Great Pumpkin Commonwealth assessor and regular Guinness World Records consultant, performed the official measurements. I was amazed to see this record come to the UK, Susky said. This was massive news for the brothers who have been growing for over 50 years, but also for British pumpkin growers Ian and Stuart, along shared lots of trips for growing giant vegetables with me. So being the one to confirm their pumpkins record status was, from a personal perspective, extra special. So let's take a look at the video and let's see how big this boy got. It's over 2 tons. It's over 2 tons. Just let that soak in. It's nearly 2.5 tons. Nearly 3,000 pounds. That's nearly 2.5 tons. All right, here we go. Dear Lord. Oh wow, they did a tribute to Ozzy in Pumpkins. They did a tribute to Ozzy in Pumpkins.
Hail to the king, baby.
Okay. I'm all about these guys. Well done. Well friggin' done. All right. Whew. Oh, and hang on a minute. We're in an ad break now. We're in an ad break. So for those folks who do not have a sub or Twitch Turbo, tell you what, I'm gonna wait until they get back. I got a little tickle in the throat. Again, Sam, I hope you're safe there over on YouTube. Take care. I hope that storm doesn't do too much damage in your area. But I'm gonna go on ahead and I'm gonna get some more hydration. All right, I'll be right back. Again, stretch your hammies, take your meds, make sure to take care of yourself. I'll be right back. And we back. We back. We are back. Hi, everyone. Just as a reminder, you're watching the Grim Gazette. Had to take a couple of breaks because I was feeling a little dehydrated. I was getting a tickle in the throat. I'm like, this is not going to end well. I gotta make sure I keep the hydration up there. So here we go. From the day before my birthday, creepy costume figures on family porch turn out to be relatives. All right, here we go. A trio of creepy costume figures caught on a Virginia family's door. I remember this story. Pip told me about this story. I remember this. A trio of creepy costume figures caught on a Virginia family's doorbell sparked a police investigation, but the incident turned out to be a prank perpetuated by family members. The Alexandria Police Department opened an investigation into a potential attempted burglary plot after the three figures dressed in creepy Halloween costumes were recorded by a local family's doorbell camera when they approached the front door. The department issued an appeal for information on October 17th and asked nearby residents to check their own security camera footage for any sightings of the suspects. Alexandria Police Chief Tarek McGuire said investigators have now determined three people were teenage boys related to the home residents.
So we're good, right?
Oh dear. I have a feeling this year's Thanksgiving they're going to be reinstating the kids table, only they're going to put it outside. The teens had been assisted by three adult family members and another child. Yeah, okay. These folks are not. They're going to be like, you're in charge of Thanksgiving. You bring all the food for Thanksgiving because F you and the horse you rode in on. The teens had been assisted by three adult family members and another child. For me, my team in this community, it represents a moral failure. WJLA-TV quoted McGuire as saying at a Monday morning news conference, a moral failure where consequences could result in deadly consequences. He said the prank may have seemed harmless, but it could have led to serious consequences. He said the home residents, afraid of a potential burglary or violent crime, had contacted another relative who came to the house with a gun. I'm going to say that slower for the kids in the back. They came with a gun.
Shit just got real.
They came with a gun.
Do you expect me to talk? No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die.
These are not pranks to be taken lightly. It's a very serious incident, McGuire said. I hope this is a lesson learned, not just for this particular family, but for anyone in the community during the holiday season. No charges are being filed in relation to the investigation. Man, I want to be a fly on the wall for this family's Thanksgiving. I want to be there, chat. I really do. Okay, here we go. Let's watch the footage. Oh, for F's sake, are you serious? Wow.
Your worst nightmare. Your worst nightmare.
Kind of really not okay. Oh, these idiots. These freaking idiots.
It's your worst nightmare.
This is a 12-minute video. This is a... Okay, hang on. I'm going to have to... Oh, my God. Oh, this... Yeah. And the fact that they were helped out by adults. By adults. Okay. Oh, wow. Wow, they oh, see now. Jeez. Okay, the fact that they're doing that could have had really bad, yeah. They could have had really bad consequences. How long were they standing out there? Jeez. Yeah, exactly. See what? It's a very fine line. This is why I hate pranks so much. This is why I hate pranks. Because if you push it too far, it stops being funny, and then it becomes malicious. And right now, my mind right now is running through all the things of, oh yeah, see the whole triangle that, see, they think that's innocent because they're family members. But man, if you went around, you could easily like you could do some serious damage to these little farts. Taking a back door or side door or something. Wow. I mean, this whole thing, you know, that and this. No, that's. They're lucky they didn't call somebody. They're lucky they didn't call somebody because they're at this prank. I mean, we're watching this double speed. They've been at this for 6 minutes. Now, if they had recognized, the problem is they're not going to be able to. They're not going to recognize the voices, I don't think.
7, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll be back.
Jeez. Oh, your neighbor 3 houses down, the state police? Yeah. Something tells me that he doesn't get this type of family shenanigans. Oh my God. The jeez. Did they come back? Okay, I'm just gonna scan the video. Yeah, there's. Oh, that's them. Oh my God, that's them sitting, and they're blocking the. See, this is when the prank stops being funny. Oh, there you go. Hang on. Is this, does she recognize him? Sounds like she's. Hang on. Okay, so she opens the door. Does she recognize that? Oh shit!
Oh no, it's me walking around. I'm walking around. Don't shoot, I'm walking around.
Woo! Oh, that is so awkward.
That's my daughter-in-law.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm not even paying me. I can see who it was. He went to the back side. I ain't.
My daughter is about to leave. Margie, put that away. She's going to look on the backside because the backside of my house is on. This is Iris. What is that? what's the next street? Hudson? No, Hudson is the street that my son. No, my son lives on Ingram. I'm sorry.
All right. So, wait a minute. I don't want to do that. I did not want to say I wanted to do that. So, yeah. This is the problem you have with pranks. And this is all right, so I will tell you a quick personal story. When somebody pranked me. There was this these two dear friends of mine, absolutely dear friends of mine, who they made a joke about how I was always wearing this this football jersey, this football jersey from a book series, and on an impulse, they thought it'd be fun if they swiped the jersey. This jersey was like $100, so it's an expensive piece of wardrobe. They swiped it, and then it was a brilliant use of social media and Twitter and all this stuff. They sent me a picture of my jersey and a newspaper and that day's newspaper, and they said, if you want to see your jersey again, you will do exactly as we tell you. Follow the steps, and no one will get hurt. And I thought, oh my God, this is both ridiculous and hysterical. And I did. I thought it was brilliant. Every month they were going to give me a task. And what they expected me to just do the task, and and that would be the end of it. I would go on ahead and I would do the task, and I would do whatever silly little goofy thing I did. It ranged from I had to use matchsticks to create 3 different pieces of artwork. I had to sing a Jonathan Colton song, and then there was another one where I had to eat escargot. So I was like, okay, and these were just some of the silly challenges I was doing, and I took it to the next level. The two that launched this thing. Yeah, I know. I learned very quickly, Randy, that escargot was just the snails were just a delivery mechanism for the for the melted garlic butter, and actually it was actually pretty good. So anyway, so I did the thing. I was doing all the different challenges. Everything thought it was, and then I took it to the next level. I'd actually started up a podcast. It's called Kraken's Quest. And it was just called Kraken's Quest. Please don't harm my jersey. And I mean, they did not expect me to do that, but it was ridiculous. It was so much fun to do. And we were leading up to Dragon Con, and the way it was being set up, the way that the thing was being set up was that at Dragon Con I would get my jersey back. So pretty much everyone involved just made the assumption T's getting his jersey back. And there was even a if I remember correctly, there was even a thing where it said, "We'll see you at Dragon Con." Even Kraken's Quest, the people at Kraken's, the people behind Kraken's Quest said, "We'll see you at Dragon Con, T." So I was really excited that the big reveal was going to happen. Dragon Con, back then it was a 4-day event. It's now a 5-day event. I go to Dragon Con. We do all the different things at Dragon Con, and my jersey does not come back. And everybody was a little shocked. They were like, "Well, we thought T was going to get us." Well, apparently what had happened was, I found this out later, that they were all saying, everybody that was involved in this prank said, we're gonna give the jersey back. We're gonna do it at the Parsec Awards. It'll be great. It'll be fun. And the person that started this whole Kraken's Quest thing, this individual said no. And the significant other that when he heard them say that, he was like, "What?" And the way he described it to me was, you could have heard a pin drop in the room. And the person behind this whole thing, she just said, "I'm not giving the jersey back. Not today, later." So I found out that, yeah, she was going through her own thing. She was dealing with a lot of stuff, off site, if you will. She was dealing with a lot of stuff on her thing. And for some reason, she was channeling all that anger and all that anxiety into Kraken's Quest. And suddenly it became, no, I'm not going to give the jersey back, not tonight. And they said, "Well, when do you plan on doing it?" She said, "I don't know." And everybody could tell in her tone that the decision had been made. So DragonCon comes and goes, and I remember getting back home, and my then wife Natalie said, "Are you going to get your jersey back?" And I said, "Did you get your jersey back?" I said, "No." And now this is the problem with pranks. If they are timed right, and if they don't hop off the rails, that it could be really, really funny. It could be a lot of fun. And this prank was so much fun up to that point, because everybody, because it turned out there was at least 10 people involved in this prank against me. And they all had come up with really fun things for me to do. And the idea was, between this event and DragonCon, we're gonna have some fun with tea, right? And that was fine. The problem was that after this event, nobody had anything planned. Nobody knew what to do. And what was even worse was the people behind this prank went completely silent. I wasn't given any fun things to do. I wasn't given any clues, nothing. Everybody just went quiet because they were trying to manage whatever was going on in this person's life. What made it even more complicated was everybody else had their own lives, and her situation wasn't getting any better. So it just became, people forgot about it. Well, I should rephrase that. The people who came up with this prank forgot about it. And then months later, I mean, we're talking, it had been well over a year. And they said, we're gonna, Kraken's, and then suddenly the Kraken's Quest, the Kraken's Quest Twitter account exploded, came back online and said, we're going to resolve this. Because the other thing that was weird was, and I never got an explanation about this, just that, well, she was going through a lot. Well, I was going through a lot too at the time. And they decided, and every time someone said, look, let's just give T's jersey back and we'll just call it even. And she was like, no, I'm not ready to give it back. But they still weren't giving me anything fun to do. And then the tide started turning with everybody else. Everybody else started, the tide started, yeah, over a year. And the funny thing was, they actually planned this, Kraken's Quest reveal or something like that. And I was going to find out who was behind Kraken's Quest. And they gave me something fun to do, which I did. And I played it up and we recorded it. Everything was fine. Well, let me rephrase that. I was managing it. I was fine. But again, it had been well over a year, and then I find out who's behind the prank. And I was okay, at least on the outside. And everybody, and we're recording this for podcasting and all this stuff. But then if someone had said to me, "So T, now that we have reached the end of this, we've reached the end of the Kraken's quest. You know, what are your thoughts?" If it had been phrased that way, I think I would have been okay. The problem was the MC said, you know, with everything you've gone through and all this stuff, how do you feel? And I think when that happened, when I heard those words, how do I feel? Something inside me snapped. Because I had been on a, I had been going through, everyone's battles are their own, right? But man, when he asked me how do I feel, all the stuff that I had been dealing with behind the scenes, all the stuff that I had been, keeping under wraps and all this stuff, and keeping close to the vest, it just all came out. And it was funny because there was a friend of mine that was in the audience, and he said there were people next to me that were shocked. They were shocked at how you were reacting. They thought you couldn't take a joke. And he was there sitting there going, well, come on. Did you think this was going to end well? He's been kept in the dark for well over a year. And the funny thing was, there was a split. There was a split straight down the room. I got accosted by some people because the person who had come up with this idea of the Kraken's Quest was someone in the podcasting community, in our local podcasting community, that everybody loved, and they all thought she was a sweetheart, and she is. Don't get me wrong, she is. But everybody loved her, and everybody thought the world of her. But when that went down, everybody thought I was being a meanie. They did not take into account the 6+ months of silence. They didn't. People were saying it was it was just a stupid jersey. What's the big deal? No, it was a piece of property that I didn't know who had it. I didn't know what they were doing with it. But the thing that very few people took a step back and said, well, what happened? What was different between the first half of this prank and the latter half of the prank? Well, the first half of the prank, everything was fine. Everything was, it was all about timing. But then when she made the call of, no, I'm not giving the jersey back, nobody had anything planned. And I was just, it was in absolute silence. I was just, I didn't know a thing about what, and then there were some people that were online when they heard about the way when they heard about the reactions, they were like, no, T is absolutely in the right, because it was funny. It was a funny prank until it wasn't. And that's the problem with pranks. Pranks can be fun until they hop the rails. And once they hop the rails, there's nothing you can do to bring them back. So this is my long-winded commentary to say, yeah, if they had wrapped up this prank within the first minute or two, that would have been fine. But the fact that they were out there for over 5 minutes doing gestures, knocking on the door and jiggling the handle, that's when the prank stops being funny. And I'm amazed that somebody didn't get shot over this. Seriously. Walker, by the way, thank you very much for the sub at 68 months, you magnificent bastard, you. Also, you and Phil owe me a hug for scarring me with that book. Or scaring you. Scaring or scarring, either way. It was our pleasure. It was our pleasure. And just for the record, everybody. Attention, all personnel. Ads in 40 seconds. Ads in 40 seconds. That is all. Glad you liked it, man. Now here's something funny about that, Bard. I know you'll love this, Walker. I know you'll get a kick out of this. So I found out that where we left where we left in my neighborhood could not have had better timing. Because it turns out that just within maybe 10 minutes of my house, or my old house, 10 minutes of my old house in Northern Virginia, they are tearing down a garden. They're tearing down this gardening facility where you could get like mums and potted plants, fertilizer, stuff like that. Yeah, it's being sold and torn down. They're building a data center there. They're building a data center there. And I want everybody to keep that in the back of your head for next week's Grim Gazette, because we're going to be talking about data centers and something coming soon, some people are claiming. Yeah, Northern Virginia is becoming one gigantic data center, and it's a little wicked. It's a little wicked. I don't mind saying it. Hey, yo, how you doing there, Heikenberg? Good to have you in stream. We're just taking a quick pause with the Grim Gazette, which is my weekly dose of weird news, paranormal breakdowns, and a deep dive into a topic that is currently dominating the paranormal circle. But good to have you in stream, Heikenberg. And Fee, Randy, yeah. Like I said, I am not one. When people say, why don't you like pranks? That's why. I don't like pranks because every prank that has been pulled on me, even the well-intentioned ones have all gone. I can honestly say this. I've never had a prank go well on me. I know there are some pranks you can pull that can be hella fun and goofy as hell, and you can have a lot of fun with it. Every prank someone had attempted to pull on me has always gone south. So that's why I am not a big fan of pranks. And I mean, now that's different. Like, moving someone's car keys, or doing something like, doing something that, like, I have pranked people before to surprise them with birthday parties and with special engagements and stuff like that. And yeah, to me that's fun. That's fun. If you prank somebody like that and it's within a tight window of opportunity, you're golden. But no, this prank, it was funny because you said earlier, Fee, you couldn't stay friends with someone like that. Well, that's the funny thing. We did have I never had a face-to-face confrontation with this friend of mine about that situation. I did have a sit down with the husband, and I think what was pissing him off so much was that he was trying so hard to justify what his wife had done. And I kept throwing back at him reasons why it didn't work. And then when he realized, and this guy's a scientist, and when he suddenly realized he's got me on every turn, it was one of those things where, the results are all the same. Damn it, and we're still friends though. We're still friends. Now, had they pulled that shit on my wife? Had they pulled that shit had someone pulled a prank like that on Pip? Oh, the retribution would have been swift. It would have been swift, everyone. Okay. We're nearing the end of we're closing in on the end of the weird news segment. And this is why I was telling you about Guinness World Records. Because here's one of our other things. Guinness World Records turns 70 and highlights some unclaimed records. The Guinness World Records honors titles from the world's longest tongue to the most extensive collection of Spice Girls memorabilia, while the likes of Taylor Swift and even Sky News are also honored. So here we go. Guinness World Records, GWR, is celebrating its 70th anniversary by highlighting unclaimed titles you might fancy going for. The Bookkeeper of Weird and Wacky Achievements, the first volume of which was published on the 27th of August, 1955, is inviting people to try their hand at such extraordinary feats as the most whoopee cushions sat on in 1 minute, the fastest time to blow a stamp 10 meters, the furthest distance bottle flip, the most high five in 30 seconds, the fastest 400-meter sack race, and the fastest time to ascend the height of Everest by bicycle. I'm gonna put some riders on this in a bit, but that last one, no. GWR's editor-in-chief, Craig Glenday, said that the records are there for the taking and looks forward to celebrating the next generation of record breakers. But it's not just quirky milestones that GWR concerns itself with. It recently celebrated the 116th birthday of the world's oldest person and oldest Briton ever, Ethel Caterham, while Taylor Swift's recent album announcement also secured a record. She announced the life of a showgirl on the podcast of her fiancé, Travis Kelce, and his brother, Jason, helping it pull the most concurrent views ever for her podcast on YouTube with 1.3 million. Well done. Well done. Okay. So a little something about this. I actually have friends who are current holders in the Guinness Book of World Records. I have an old friend. Haven't seen him in years, but I keep up with him. I keep up with him and occasionally, have a few exchanges with him on social media. His guy's name is Casey Severin, but he's also known in the Maryland Renaissance Fair circles and Renaissance Fair circles in general as Dash Rippington. And he could not be a nicer guy. He is such a good guy. Very talented actor, very talented performer. He holds the world's records for, I believe it's most mousetraps attached onto a human body. Yes. And a former place that I worked at actually held a Guinness World Record for tallest cake ever baked. Tallest cake ever baked. Not biggest, tallest. I'll explain that in a second too. And then I'm friends also with the organizers of a steampunk event down in the South Island of New Zealand, and they hold the record in Oamaru for biggest gathering of steampunks in one place in costume. And I have a friend. I have an acquaintance. I wouldn't call him a friend, but I have an acquaintance in steampunk circles who holds a grudge against that because he claims, "Oh, we broke that easily," and took a photograph, and and there was a lot of bullshit from the Guinness people. They're biased to Americans anyway. No, they're not. I learned, especially when it was the place where I was working at, because I was covering it for social media, there is a meticulous process you go through to get into the Guinness Book of World Records. You don't just go off and do it. You have to first contact the Guinness people and say, what's the world record for this? We're going to challenge it. Then there's a few fees you have to pay, and those fees pay for a certified Guinness World Record adjudicator who shows up and makes sure that you do it. Because when they first started, doing the Guinness World Records, people were claiming they were doing all kinds of things, but then it turns out they weren't doing it. So then Guinness World Records had to start, monitoring it in real time. And even my buddy Casey, when he was doing the mousetrap thing, when it gets to the weird stuff, not only is the adjudicator necessary, the record has to be done repeatedly. And I know that Jacques the Whipper, the guy who plays Jacques the Whipper, he did a record breaker where he cracked whips more in 1 minute than any other person. Blah 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 blah. And again, he had to go through the process. He had to go through the process of being adjudicated, and he had to do it several times. That was actually something I remember Casey said in a post. He said, being a world record breaker and a world record holder is hard. It's hard work because you don't just do it once and that's it. Particularly with the weirder stuff, like in his case with the mouse traps. He was like, I had to do it over and over and over again. And I don't know how it worked out like this, but he actually received his world record thing in Italy. And I think he had to do it in Italy before he could accept the record breaking status. Now they're all different, like I said, they're all different variations on this. When we were going to bake because Stratford University, when it was operating, they did a lot of stuff in culinary. So they thought, oh, wouldn't it be cool if we did a culinary, we'll do a culinary thing where we will bake the world's biggest cake. The problem with that is when they found out how big the world's biggest cake was, yeah, they were like, we would have to rent like a stadium or a massive warehouse, and we wouldn't be able to do it in the time allocated that we wanted to do it. Because there was like, they wanted to make sure it was timing and everything. So, and they also wanted it to be a big publicity stunt for Stratford University, obviously. So instead of the world's biggest cake, they went with the world's tallest cake. That got complicated because they not only had to work with the culinary people, but they had to bring some people in from IT who had degrees in science and go, well, what's the integrity? How do we keep this thing straight? And it was an operation. And the worst bit is I couldn't be there on the day that they broke the world record. I was in a wedding. I was a friend's best man in a wedding in Chicago. So I had to basically BS it. But I had my boss said, "Don't worry, T, I'm going to the event. I'll take pictures." And he even said to me, "T, this is the weirdest thing I've ever seen." He was like, because they basically had to build the only way they could get the height and keep the integrity of the cake, and that was the other thing. The cake had to be edible. Couldn't be a fake cake. It had to be edible to be the world's tallest cake. So they built it. They had to make a cake pyramid. And they had so much freaking cake left over. It was ridiculous. And it was gross. So, yeah, there's a process. And the thing was, the people in Amaru, for their steampunk event, they followed the process. They got an adjudicator. They got everybody. This moron in the steampunk circles, he was like, yeah, we'll just take a picture and send it to them and say, there you go. That's not how it works. And he was pissy about it because he got all those people together and he basically said, oh, we did it. We broke the record. We broke the record. But the Guinness people, but he didn't do any homework. He just assumed that the Guinness folks would take his word for it. And the Guinness people were like, well, you didn't contact us. We have an official number. An adjudicator wasn't there. We don't know if this is fabricated or not. We don't know if you've altered this photograph. So quite honestly, congratulations, but we don't recognize this. And oh my God, this guy was salty. He was so freaking salty about it. So let's deep dive into this for a bit. How did GWR begin? What's the fastest game bird in Europe? A question which triggered a debate at a 1950s shooting party in County Wexford, Ireland, attended by then managing director of Guinness Brewery, Sir Hugo Beaver. Yeah, okay. When their discussion and search for a reference failed, to come to an answer, the idea for a record book was born. Sir Hugh thought it'd be a great way of settling pub arguments, and we recruited researchers from Fleet Street to compile a book of facts and figures. Decades worth of editions and 155 million copies later, we've learned of records from everything from the largest collection of Spice Girls memorabilia, Elizabeth West of the UK with more than 5,000 pieces, to the longest female tongue, Chanel Tapper, who has a 9.75 centimeter tongue. Sky News is in the Guinness World Records for the most concurrent live web streams for an event, 138 during the coverage of the 2015 general election. So that is where it all started. So yeah. So if you're looking to break a record, there you go. So now I think it is time that we get into. Hey, how you doing there, Marv? I was just talking about the Brits just now. Talking about the beginning of the beginnings of the Guinness World Records. But now, okay, we're going to get into. This is the most recent upload from Nuke's Top 5, and this is the portion. Oh my God, I didn't even have the. I was still in intermission mode because I was talking about stuff. All right, but we're gonna get into Nuke's Top 5, and this is the portion of the Grim Gazette where we do paranormal analysis. Now, I'm gonna be open and honest and straight up with everybody here, both on YouTube as well as on Twitch. Before anybody says anything, I know Nuke's Top 5 tends to be the lowest possible hanging fruit when it comes to shenanigans. I do my best. John Walker aside, who put me in a really precarious situation with another paranormal team when I discovered, oh shit, that's a wire. Which I appreciate. Thank you for the lurk, by the way, Fee. But this is Nuke's Top 5. And we're starting, because this is the beginning of a new season, the beginning of the Grim Gazette. For some of you, the first time you've seen the Grim Gazette over on YouTube as well. I wanted to come in easy on this. But if you want, chat, to, and this is for Twitch and YouTube, if you want to send in a clip, and I usually ask for like a clip between a minute and a half to 5 minutes total, that you want me to take a look at, and not only take a look at, but also analyze and break down for you all, so that you can see not only how I handle other people's footage, but my footage as well. You are more than welcome, everybody, to come to our Discord, because I do have a section on the Discord called the Grim Gazette, and that's where you can put on clips that you see online, clips on TikTok, clips on Instagram, clips from YouTube, and you can go on ahead and we can go through and we can talk about the clip and see what's legit and what is questionable. I try to be as above board, and I try to be as positive as possible. And Walker, here's the thing. That was the beginning of the end for me and that paranormal team. I was at one time a really huge supporter of them, and then I saw some other shenanigans they got up to. What's even worse, though, Walker, is I saw Amy's crypt go to that same house. The dude wasn't hanging out with them, which I think was a big plus, but I didn't bother watching it because even Amy and Jared were like, "What's with the dolls everywhere?" So yeah, it was that was a very, very, very rough patch to kind of navigate. I don't mind saying. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the 5 scary videos that will ruin your sleep. So let's see how far we get into this. And this is the latest from Nuke's Top 10, or Nuke's Top 5.
A TikTok user named Keely says she often gets motion alerts from the security camera in her basement.
Okay.
But every time she checks the video, there's nothing there. Except this time. Did you see it? When the footage is brightened, we can see a strange misshapen something that seems to be slowly climbing up the stairs from Keely's sub-basement. Strangely enough, the motion sensing camera didn't detect any further movement after this single clip. Now it's worth mentioning that Keely has been posting on TikTok for over 4 years and has never posted anything paranormal before or after this one video. So, just what is that climbing the stairs? Let me know what you think. Shadows in the Chateau.
Okay. Let's go back and take a look.
For 4 year clip, enough to be slow and we can. Did you see it? When the footage is brightened, we can see a strange misshapen something that seems to be slowly climbing up the stairs from Keely's sub-basement. Strangely enough, the motion sensing camera didn't detect any further movement after this single clip.
Videos
now,
of
it's
your
worth
ex?
mentioning that Keely has been
not.
posting on TikTok for over 4 years and has never posted anything paranormal before or after this one video. So, just what is that climbing the stairs? Let me know what you think. Shadows in the Shadow.
Okay, so this could be a number of things. And this is why you have to be very, very careful when you see paranormal content captured using security cameras. Paranormal content using baby cams. Whenever, because at one time I was actually thinking about using the cameras that we were using to keep an eye on with Evie when she was pregnant with kittens. We were thinking, well, what are we going to do with these things? And we're like, oh, we could donate them to a shelter, or we could use them in paranormal investigation. Here's the problem with using these types of cameras in paranormal investigation. The optics are terrible on them. Absolute crap. The Ring doorbells, especially when people talk about the paranormal stuff they capture, ghosts walking by the house or things like that. Those are usually the optics. The digital optics, I should add. The digital optics, something we've talked about before on Old Spirits. And they're complicating things with the drive and the shutter speeds and the storage, and it's a mess. It's a mess. The whole point of the Ring system is when people get up close to the house, like to the porch, and then you can identify then very clearly who's robbing your Amazon packages, who's swiping this, who's doing that. So that's great. But in a case like this, when people are using using baby cams and security cams as ways of detecting paranormal activity, that could be a number of things. That could be the camera trying to put pixels together because it thinks it sees something in the shadows. It does not handle subtleties from a distance very, very well. Is that something? And honestly, that's what this could be. This could just be a hiccup in a hiccup in the security camera, and it's bad optics. If you remember a few Grim Gazettes back, and you could probably find that Grim Gazette on YouTube, there was a Grim Gazette where I was looking at some footage from Nick Groff and Katrina Weidman in the very first episode of Paranormal Lockdown. And I talked to Nick Groff about that particular clip. And he basically said the rake that was behind them, the thing that was crawling across the floor, he said we were using cameras that had ridiculously high resolution ability. There was a lot of lenses involved. There was a lot of, this was the cutting edge of 4K, and we had to take it to, when we thought that we caught something there, we had to take it to a specialist. This was the guy that was working for, the Office of Naval Intelligence, and he had the equipment that was able to help them see that rake, moving behind them. These aren't the same optics. So, yeah, that could be pareidolia, which is where you're because of the computer, the digital optics trying to figure out what's in the shadows or what is hanging on the wall or what's ever, in that sub basement. It's trying to render something, or even if it doesn't see something, it's like, but I have to render something, and so that could just be a hiccup. So that's a problem. That's problematic.
Is that climbing the stairs?
It's not climbing the
Let me know what you think.
It looks
Shadows
like it,
in the
and your
chateau.
brain is going to try
Ted
to.
and Lisa Rogers have spent the last 5 years restoring a 14th century French chateau in
that's pretty
Limousin,
cool.
France. It's a massive project that they've been documenting over on their YouTube channel, Chateau de Montmonier.
Okay.
Now, to be very clear, their YouTube channel isn't about ghosts or the paranormal. It's all about renovations and daily life in the French countryside.
Okay.
But one night, things take a very strange turn. Lisa becomes convinced that there's a mouse running around in the chateau's old boot room, but Ted insists that he hasn't seen any signs of a mouse. So, to settle the debate, Lisa sets up a camera to record the room overnight, hoping to catch the mouse on tape.
We didn't catch the mouse. There was no mouse last night. However, there is something else we did catch. And yeah, I'm going to go and get Ted to come and watch the footage.
What are we looking at?
Right, so let me start playing. So this is from last night. This is me setting the camera up. So I'll set the camera up so you can see the hole in the corner. Can you see it? Hope you can see it. Anyway, I'm off to bed. It's very late. So we'll see whether we catch this mouse out in the morning.
All right.
And then Ted will have to believe me.
So far, these people are coming across as very, very straight up, very honest, and that's cool. I kind of dig that.
There is something running above our bedroom. I'll see you all in the morning. Good night.
Instead of filming a mouse, Lisa's camera ends up catching something very different.
Okay. Well, hopefully their inset video isn't going to be covering it up.
Now, you heard me put the latch on the door there.
Yeah, it sounded like it, yeah.
Okay, so the sensor light's gone out.
Right.
So I'm going to forward this bit because it's about 2 hours, well, it is 2 hours, 27 minutes into filming last night. Now, we went to bed about midnight.
Yeah.
So this would be about 2:30. This happens. Now,
Okay.
you heard the latch go off the door.
Yeah.
And that's the light coming on.
The motion sensor light.
Yeah.
Hold on. I think they missed something here too. Oh wait, no. I think. Hang on. All right, I'm gonna back it up. I want to back it up to when she leaves. Okay.
A mouse, Lisa's camera ends up catching something very different.
Okay, so you hear
Now,
the
you
latch.
heard me put the latch
All right,
on
so
the
there's
door
the
there.
latch.
Yeah, it sounded like it, yeah.
So she hops
Okay,
forward
so
in
the
the video.
sensor light's gone out.
Right.
So I'm going to forward this bit because it's about 2 hours, well, it is 2 hours, 27 minutes into filming last night. Now, we went to bed about midnight.
Okay, that sound is the doggo, probably next to the two of them.
Yeah.
So this would be about 2:30. This happens.
Okay.
Now, you heard the latch go off the door.
Yeah.
And that's the light coming on.
The motion sensor light.
Yeah.
Bloody hell, what? There's shadow there.
Yeah.
Yes, I can see a shadow moving across it.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Yeah, look at this. Watch from the left to the doorway. There it is. Oh my God, that's interesting. Okay. Okay. Attention, all personnel. Ads in 25 seconds. Ads in 25 seconds. That is all.
Keep
That's
watching.
very interesting. Keep watching.
Oh
Holy shit!
That's gotta be
Holy
an
shit!
animal or something, isn't it?
That was a big shadow for an animal.
How? You
And
must. You can't.
How can an
you
animal
can't,
get up
You
so...
can't. You can't have put the latch on properly.
I put the latch on because you heard the latch go on.
Yeah.
And you heard the latch come off.
I didn't actually hear the latch come off, but you know.
Right,
but
let me play that again.
Wow.
You hear the latch?
Right. Yeah.
The door open. Now to push that door
I
open,
love
that's
the
a
smile
heavy
on
door.
her face.
You've
I
got
love the
to
smile
push
on
it
her face.
inwards. So somebody's got to be standing there to be able to open that door.
Yeah.
And there's nobody standing there.
And I've never known that door swing open on its own.
No. And the other thing is, the camera is up on a tripod. So to move it in a tilt, like it's tilted
moved,
up,
something
has moved. It hasn't moved the tripod because the tripod would fall over. It's had to move the camera.
Oh, that's. I don't know, mate. I don't know. It's the shadow that got me than anything. The shadow walk. I don't get it.
That's weird, isn't it?
Wow.
That is just
I don't get
bonkers.
it.
Wow, that is.
The door to the room unlatches and opens. A motion sensing light turns on, and a creepy, unexplained shadow seems to glide across the room and actually
I'm getting
move
chills.
the camera. Lisa says that despite the eerie incident, there's nothing to worry about, and the Chateau de Montmonier is still open for guests.
We have lived here for 5 years and never had any ill feeling whatsoever.
Okay, so first off, I've got to make sure I give this this location to Pip so that we can add it on our list of places I want to investigate. Because, all right, so I did say earlier that I'm not a fan of Nuke's Top 5. And I'm not a fan for several reasons. One, he tends to use other people's footage without necessarily telling them. Now he's doing better, but there were some other things that Nuke's Top 5 does that makes me extremely prickly. One of them is he will be his channel will sometimes post. And I know this because I've actually seen it on this. We've actually debunked one of Nuke's Top 5 on this channel. He will sometimes find short films. He will find short films of people doing, horror or something, creepy, ghost stuff related. But they're short films. They're not actual. If you remember in season 1, I want to say if Secondhand, if you're out there, I'm pretty sure Secondhand, you gave me the video to try to debunk. But one of the things that I remember about this particular video, I haven't been able to find it, but I found out from, I want to say it might have been Beardo Gets Scared. Shout out to Beardo Gets Scared. I found out that that was a short film. It was a student short film about a and what it was supposed to be the body cam of a police officer showing up, and they went through this house, and the house, supposedly there was nobody in the house, but like you were hearing footsteps and doors were opening and closing on their own, blah 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 blah. And we debunked it because I was like, no, there could be somebody hiding behind that door. There could be this, there could be that. And then the other thing I pointed out was, hey, wait a second. The back of that guy's jacket and his mate's jacket just says police. It doesn't have it doesn't have an insignia. It doesn't have any kind of there's no crest, there's no like Lynchburg police or anything like that. It just says Popo. It just says police. Then on top of that, I rewound back to the beginning, and you never see the cop car. You only see the lights. And I have lights that can mimic emergency vehicles. So I was like, oh, wait a minute. And yeah. All that being said, this is fascinating because we use motion lights. We used motion lights at Ghost Stop. So the fact that you hear the latch catch, I mean, it would have to be a very strong gust of wind to not only open the door, but also unlatch the door. The fact that a motion light goes off and then you catch a sensor. That's the thing about Nuke's Top 5. On occasion, he will have what I think is legit paranormal activity. Add to this that this is a 14th century chateau. There's got to be some history about it. There's got to be some incredible history about this chateau. So I'm gonna say, well done, Nuke's Top 5. I am duly impressed. This is hard to debunk. What could that shadow have been if it's just the two of them? And this is the other thing. These folks do a DIY channel. Let me just look it up. I'm gonna go ahead and look this up right now, just to see if let's see. I'm surprised Pip isn't watching it. Chateau de Mont Magna. Yep, there it is. It's a bed and breakfast. 88 Google reviews. It's got 4.6 stars. Yeah, brave or stupid. With no budget and no experience, we decided to take the leap of faith and buy an abandoned historical monument in France, doing all the work ourselves. We have a 10-year plan to bring this beautiful piece of architecture back to life. Follow us on our journey from one day, be part of the adventure with us. And they posted this 2 weeks ago. They posted this video 2 weeks ago. And here's the other thing. It looks like it's their biggest video, because 6,500 views, 7.2 thousand views, 2.7 thousand views, 12,000 views on the future of the chateau. Shall we stay or shall we go? And then shocking footage captured in ancient chateau, 31,000 views. 31,000 views, my people. And these people are just putting together. They're putting their chateau back together. So I am curious now. I am very curious now. And also, that is a very hard reaction to pull off if you're not doing this on the regular. So you know what?
Oh, pitter patter, let's get out of here.
I'm impressed by these folks, and they did the scary look into the camera for their thumbnail. Yeah, I'm gonna reach out to these folks. That's kind of cool. Okay, let's continue on.
No, I can't say that already.
And I love that. No,
So I never
it's not right, there, mate. It's not right.
You might have called something else.
Now, as for Ted, he's not sure what to think about all of this.
I don't know whether I believe or not believe. I don't disbelieve. Let's put it that way.
That's really compelling.
But it's just
the camera also moved. That's something.
It is a bit freaky. It's just weird.
Yeah.
The figure in the frame. At Mayaka River State.
I'm just gonna say it again. Mad shout out. I'm gonna put this channel in chat just so y'all can see it. It's actually quite cool. And with all the DIY we've been doing around this house, I mean, and that's the other thing too. DIY, I'm sorry, restoration in general, that tends to really kick up. It tends to kick up, the heebie-jeebies. It kicks up things. Pip and I don't mind saying, two nights in a row, I heard a door close, like near us, somewhere on the main floor. It was either, and the thing is, there were no doors to be closed. And we've also done some overnight things in this house, just so you can see the different stuff that just to see if we picked up any kind of weird activity, and we did. Do I think this house is haunted? I do. But I would also rank it up there as a cozy kind of haunting, because the ladies that are in this house, the ladies and possible one gentleman they're looking out for us because we came into this house and we started restoring it. We are turning it into a home, and that's my 2 cents on that. So let's take a look at this.
Park in Sarasota, Florida, visitors have long claimed to see a pale, ghostly figure drifting silently through the park. In this next clip, Alicia Galvin stands inside one of the park's historic 1930s log cabins while her boyfriend films. He catches something truly chilling.
This place is so cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
What the somebody in there with you?
No?
The fuck?
Behind Alicia, a pale white figure seems to walk through the old cabin before vanishing into thin air. So did they catch the park's the old cabin before vanishing into thin air? So did they catch the park's legendary ghost? Is it a trick of the light? Or just clever editing? You decide. Night Terrors.
Hang on. All right.
This place is so cool, isn't it?
Yeah.
What the somebody in there with you?
No?
The fuck?
Behind Alicia.
So, first problem I have with this.
What the
all
somebody
right,
in there
so
with you?
they do the Halloween effect, right?
No?
The fuck?
He moves up to the window for legitimacy. Does anybody notice in the background the open door? Yeah, there it is. There's an open door back there. Yeah, Thank you, Walker. See everybody, this is why John Walker. You know, you might think,
who's this nut tugger?
But no, John Walker is a team member. He's noticing this stuff because the amount of time it took him to, move up to there and get out, person would have been out the door. So yeah, I am I'm calling shenanigans on this one. No, you're the plucky comic relief, Walker. Don't get you now have a proper OSI branded sweatshirt to or hoodie to designate you as such. But no, that's kind of, I would have been more impressed if he had come up there and the door would have been closed or it would have been just a solid wall. That's a little too convenient. I'm calling shenanigans on this video. I know that and this is true. I have heard stories about how some YouTubers, some TikTokers, et cetera, the influencers or wannabe influencers, they do sometimes stage stuff like this, and they drop it around October, or they just drop it at random. They will stage paranormal stuff, and it's the quick clips that you have to be very wary of. So this was one where if I saw somebody move like that behind her, I would have either gone straight to the window without hesitation, or if I knew that there was a door open on the other side, I would have filmed that. But that's a little too convenient. That's
Behind
a little
Alicia,
too convenient.
a pale white figure seems to walk through the old cabin
I'm calling shenanigans
before
on that.
vanishing into thin air.
I'm calling
So
shenanigans.
did they catch the park's legendary ghost? Is it a trick of the light? Or just clever editing? You decide. Night Terrors. A concerned mother says that.
All right, before we go any further, I do need to quickly tell my wife, hey, come up here. I want her to see this. I'm going to give these folks a follow. Why the hell not? Let's see. Or sub. A sub is a follow on YouTube, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. So this is a TikToker already. I'm at DEFCON 3. Not enough context in that video, and interesting how the woman is carefully leaning to one side. Exactly. When I lean out a window, I lean out in the middle. Of course you do, Randy. Of Clothing optional. Oh, I'm just kidding. Okay. All right.
That her young daughter Cora has recently been suffering from intense night terrors. Their family doctor suggested she record one of the episodes so they could get a better idea of what might be happening. So one night, she's filming little Cora, and she captures something truly chilling.
Okay. Straight out of the box, I am not crazy at all about people that are posting paranormal content that involves their kids.
What'd you call me for?
Oh, I want you to come here, baby. Come here. Just quickly, come here.
Come on, Rita, get out of the way.
You need to go to this channel. I just followed it. Yeah. You see that? What did we catch on camera?
Yeah.
This one's interesting. This one's interesting. And I'm just going to, I want you to watch it. It probably is near the end of the video. But they did the breakdown in Nuke's top 5, and I got to admit, this one kind of stumped me.
Huh.
But the other reason I think you would like this, Chateau de Montmagnier, they basically, it's a 14th century chateau that they rescued.
Oh, that's cool.
Little British couple. But
also haunted.
Oh, I think so. But I thought you'd want to, you can find that. We just followed them on our YouTube.
Okay.
But take a look at that video and you tell me what you think.
Okay.
Okay? I love you, baby.
Love you too. Mwah.
Right.
Give me a candy for coming up here.
I'll give you a candy for coming up here. All right.
I'll take a couple of candies with me.
All right. So I'm not thrilled already, Chad, about this.
I also brought you a Dorito, so you're welcome.
The Le Chateau one. Yeah, the Le Chateau one. Yeah. Yeah, that's what Pip's gonna look at.
You just grab my leg.
Well, yeah, that is his way. He's a little criminal. Okay, so we're going here. So this happened during one of her night terrors.
I'm scared.
You scared? Are we scared, baby?
Yeah, I really don't like this. I really don't like this. Why is she videoing a night terror? That's my first problem. Candy, Halloween's a few days' time. Here's the thing, Marv. I may not be around for Pip and I may actually be doing a D&D thing on that. Yeah. First off, why is she videoing a night terror? That's the first big issue. I really don't like this whole I'm gonna film my kid.
Come on, you pickle.
I was getting her back to her room, so she thought she was sleeping in there again.
Pickle.
Okay. Second problem I have with this. Is this where the door slams or something? Why is it so dim? If your kid has a night terror, turn the freaking lights on.
It's okay. There's the vent right there, baby. See?
Well, no, she can't see because for some reason you're not turning the lights on when your kid has a night terror. Okay. These type of videos, people lose their minds over, and I really can't stand them. I really can't stand them.
Pickle.
All right, and then the door closes. Okay.
It's okay. There's the vent right there, baby. See? The vent pushes the door. You're fine, okay? Are you big girl?
I can't even see the damn vent.
Be scared, just remember. Baby Lenny's here, Mommy's here. We're all gonna be together in the same house. It's gonna be okay. Let's go to bed. What's wrong, Cora? Sweetie, what are you afraid of? You're scaring me, honey. I don't see anything.
As the mom goes to walk her daughter back to her room, the door suddenly starts to swing shut on its own. She brushes it off, thinking it must just be the air vent. But when they reach Cora's bedroom, the little girl refuses to go inside, just staring toward the window in fear. Then, without warning, the blinds slam shut. The mother...
This is somebody looking for 15 minutes of fame. I'm sorry. I know that sounds really
daughter terrified and runs screaming from the room. But later, viewers notice something the mom missed.
Oh, really?
As she tells her daughter she's a big girl, a faint little voice seems to whisper back. Listen closely.
I'm a big girl. It's okay. It's okay.
So that could be audio pareidolia. That could be audio pareidolia right there, because people are barefoot. They're slipping their feet. There's feet slipping against wood. No.
It's okay.
When the mom examines the footage, she notices something else. The air conditioning wasn't even running when that door closed.
So the AC was not on.
Yeah, that's another problem I have with this. The fact that she's saying, okay, now the AC isn't on. You know, she's
When the door closed. It's very loud. And you can hear it.
So why was she... Oh. Okay, so vents like that, they really don't regulate the air. Well, yeah, that's the other thing too, Marv. The AC would have to be blowing pretty freaking hard, and it's not going to blow from that hard in that vent there. That vent is more for just natural air circulation. And
coming from the vent.
Some skeptics in the video comments suggest that the blinds are probably remote controlled. So, the mom posts another clip to prove them wrong. But things get a little weird.
So I'm coming into the room to show you the blinds, which I have opened back up to demonstrate how they are closed. It's not electronic, it's not battery powered, it's... That's not creepy.
Now give her credit. She's doing the right things. She's showing you there's nobody behind the door to pull it.
I'm trying my best not to freak out. So, to close these blinds, you have to touch it and close it like that. That is the only way to close these blinds. There are no batteries or remotes here at all. No wires. You have to touch it and you have to close it like this. And there's no way I could have done that since I was standing on the opposite side of the room. And there is no way I could have closed all four at the same time.
The mom says they plan to move out of the house as soon as possible. But what do you think? Is little Cora being haunted by some dark entity? Or is it all just an elaborate hoax? You decide. If you see something that you think would be perfect for the top 5, email me at nukestop5@gmail.com. You can also tag me on TikTok at nukestop5official, and be sure to tag me only at nukestop5official because there are a lot of fake accounts on there. A miss that moves. Chris.
Okay. There's just I don't mind saying it. There's just too much in that video that I am biased against. I don't like the fact that she is that she's filming her kid having a night terror. That's the first problem I have. Second problem I have is it would be very easy to rig that up. It would be very easy, especially if you've got friends that are really, I mean, let's be honest. Most people have friends that are really into gadgetry and what have you. You could easily rig up blinds to do that, and then remove any evidence of something being there. That's my first. That's my second issue. Third issue, the vent that. Dude, what are you doing? Really? Really? Yeah. Back up all the way. Sorry, I'm dealing with a cat right now. Hold on, everybody. I shouldn't be rewarding him for bad behavior, but he is acting kind of cute, so we will reward a little criminal. Yeah, okay. Oh, and for my friends out there on both Twitch and on YouTube, please do me a favor. Please do Old Spirits and the Team Monster Twitch Dad a favor. Go into Instagram and follow Slammin' Sauces. That is Slammin'. That is not slamming, but Slammin' with an N. Slammin' Sauces. Okay? I would appreciate that. Because that's where Marv is doing his dark magic, and I love it. So yeah, Slammin' Sauces, everybody. Okay. So I have a lot of problems with this lady. With this lady, just first off, too, I have a real tough time with her. Just basically walking into the room without her kid. And the fact that the kid, and maybe this is just me, but I'm talking from a parental. Slammin' Sauces. Slammin' Sauces. That's with an N. Slammin' Sauces. And this is Marv's new venture. And I may break down and actually try the mango habanero because I'm really curious. I want to know if I can handle that kind of heat. Slammin' Sauces. That's it, Randy. That's it. But I have a problem that the mother screamed, and if the kid's having a night terror, she's going to freak the F out. So I have a real tough time with a lot of things in that video. I hate it even more that the little girl is being featured front and center in there. So, yeah, I got issues. I don't know if I could look at that video 100% objectively, but there we are. All right, let's see what let's see where we go with this with these next two. I think there are like 10 of them in here, and but we're only going to look at the first 5, and I'll put the second 5 in my back pocket, okay, for another time, probably next week. All right, let's see what this guy's all about.
Netzel does daily live streams from graveyards around Fort Worth, Texas, using a Spirit Box app to
God, he's using the necrometer. Okay.
Try and contact ghosts. Now, to be honest, I'm not such a fan of ghost apps, but
oh my God, and he's using Spirit Talker. Okay. You've already lost me, dude. This guy's already lost me. He is using Spirit Talker. I freaking hate Spirit Talker. It is so dodgy. They claim to be on the same level as GhostTube. That is not the case. Because when you run Spirit Talker, guaranteed you're going to get demon, murder, blood, blah, blah, blah. The paranormal team that Walker kind of brought to light for me, yeah, they're big Spirit Talker folks.
During one late night stream, Chris captures something that's a lot harder to dismiss.
Hi, Jonathan. Hi, buddy. It's nice to talk to you. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. It just said, Jonathan, bombings 1920s. You are amazing. Mortuary. Right. It just said right.
As Chris approaches an old gravestone, a small white figure about the size of a child seems to walk out from behind a tree and just vanish. Chris doesn't see it, but after his live audience points it out, he reviews his footage and is shocked. Paranormal versus Pets.
Remain positive, T. Remain positive, remain positive, remain positive, remain positive.
It moves.
We're gonna watch
Chris
that again.
Netzel does daily live streams from graveyards around Fort Worth, Texas.
Oh, by the way.
Oh, hell no, Karen. Keep your brand ass potato salad to yourself.
There you go. There's a freebie for you. Attention all personnel. Ads incoming. Ads incoming. That is all. Okay. I think I'll wait. I think I'll wait here and until the ads are done, and then we'll go on ahead and we'll break this one down. A couple of things, though, I don't mind chatting about this one. I have a real tough time with people that only and yes, as much as it pains me to say, Dalen from the Ghost Brothers, it really bugs me that this is the thing that he is currently doing. I know he calls it the graveyard shift and everything, but I just find I feel the same way that Jason Hawes feels about investigating graveyards. It's like, why are we here? I mean, are we there to uncover something? Are we here to help somebody? Because there's really no point in ghost hunting in a graveyard. I mean, it is also a little dodgy, too, when you're going into the graveyard after hours. Because if this graveyard is, the graveyard/cemetery is not open 24 hours to the public, you're straying into the trespassing realm. So you have to be kind of careful about that. So there's a lot of things already that this guy is doing. Between, apps aside, the thing that he's, I'm visiting graveyards at night. Okay, cool. I'm not a fan of. There's another problem too that you have with this stuff, but I'm gonna wait until we get back from ads. Glad you found though, Randy. I'm glad you found Slammin' Sauces. I will go ahead and I'll drop that Instagram into the YouTube so that people can find that as well. But that's the thing. I want to know if I can, if my incredibly Caucasian genes could handle the mango habanero, because I'm all about mango. I love me a mango flavor. But when it's mango habanero, it's like, oh, can I handle that heat? Could I? I would have to put my faith in Marv to see if he could get me through that. And welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. All right, so we're gonna see what this guy's up.
Using a Spirit Box app to try and contact ghosts. Now, to be honest, I'm not such a fan of ghost apps, but during one late night stream, Chris captures something that's a lot harder to dismiss.
Hi, Jonathan. Hi, buddy. It's nice to talk to you. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. It just said Jonathan, bombings 1920s. You are amazing. Mortuary. Right. It just said right.
As Chris approaches an old gravestone, a small white figure about the size of a child seems to walk out from behind a tree and just vanish. Chris doesn't see it, but after his live audience points it out, he reviews his footage and is shocked. Paranormal.
There's another problem you have when you do these types of investigations. It's outdoors. It's outdoors. It's I just have a tough time with outdoor investigations, exclusive outdoor investigations, because you have a lot of elements to deal with. It's one of the things that I think we struggled with in the episode about TWA Flight 514. I know what I experienced, but what we captured on video, particularly at night, when you've got all the cicadas, crickets, critters, all that stuff going, and if you don't have really good lighting and equally really good optics on your camera, you'll see all kinds of weirdness. Could that have been a ghost of a small child running from a tree? That's another problem. I would have to. It would have to be. Let me just see if I can see it from here. But I want to see what the masking is like around this figure.
Whoa!
See if I can catch it.
Whoa! 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 Whoa!
See, unfortunately, I can't see the progress of the video. All right.
Mortuary? Right. It just said right.
As Chris approaches an old...
It just said Jonathan, bombings 1920s. You are amazing. It just... Buddy, it's nice to talk to you. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Okay, looking at the shape right here. It doesn't look like it's masking out, because one of the things one of the things that you want to keep an eye on when you're looking at shapes that just magically appear and go from point A to point B, you want to look at the masking around the shape, and if it is canceling out the pixels around it, then it was actually put in there post-production or post-filming. I'm not seeing that here. I'm not. Whoa,
whoa, whoa, whoa.
But the problem is he is also in Texas. It's very warm in Texas, and from the sounds of the cicadas and all this stuff, it sounds like he is he's there like in could be late spring, early summer.
Whoa, 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 whoa. It just said Jonathan, bombings 1920s. You are amazing. Mortuary? Right. It just said right.
As Chris approaches an old gravestone, a small white figure about the size of a child seems to walk out from behind a tree and just vanish. Chris doesn't see it, but after his live audience points it out, he reviews his footage and is shocked.
It could also be, I mean, the bigger problem, to me, that is not as compelling as the chateau, because the chateau is inside. It's in a controlled environment. You hear the latch close. You see the motion light go off. The motion light comes back on. The camera moves. There's a lot of things that it's a controlled space, versus here where you're outdoors. That could have been a wisp of fog. It could have been a play of light, because he has a very, very bright light on. I'm not going to say I'm not going to call BS like I did with the TikToker and her and her kid with the night terrors. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to call BS, but I am going to be like, that's a hard one for me to write off as compelling. Right now, the person that's leading the charge is our couple from the chateau. So yeah. Let's see one more, and then we're going to take a break. And when I get back, we're going to go into a deep dive discussion. So let's forge ahead and see what's going on.
Paranormal versus pets.
Okay. No pets had better be harmed during this filming.
Troy Legault says that his house is haunted by a very active poltergeist.
on.
Troy says that these strange incidents in his home have only gotten more intense as the weeks go by. Lately, Troy says that the poltergeist has even started trying to interact with his poor little dog.
All right, hold up. Could somebody tell me what this is down here at the bottom of the screen? Watch. There's something down here at the bottom of the screen. First off, the dog's looking at something, and I can't dismiss this because I know that I've had incidences with Hudson and Dorito where they've been up on the this cat tree, and they'll be loving and they'll be all this, and then they'll just suddenly go, and they'll look in the into the media room. But watch down there at the bottom of the screen near that yellow, what possibly could be a dog toy. That's a DEFCON 3 right there. I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, the blue thing. Could something have been masked out? This dog is remarkably chill. What was that? Jim Carrey is looking at that and going, wow. And I thought I had a mask. No, I don't think it was a phone screen. Yeah, Doug gives no Fs, which is why I think it's bollocks. Yeah, exactly. I mean, our cats give more Fs than this doggo. Doggo's probably like, Dad, when you're done, could you just go on ahead and give me some treats, please?
In the clip, it seems like something wants to play, but Troy's dog wants no part of it. The dog just growls and walks away as objects in the kitchen come crashing down behind him. And now, this brings us to something interesting. It's often said that cats and dogs are more sensitive to the supernatural, that they can see things that we can't. In these next clips, we'll look at a few more pets who might just be seeing the other side. First up, Miley Riso says that.
Okay, I think we're going to stop there for this particular video. I am this one. Yeah, in the words of Marv, this dog is so chill. He has so few F's to give. And I just feel like that the dog would be like, you know, it's not even growl. I mean, he said the dog growls. I didn't hear the dog growl. I did not hear any doggo growl. I just saw him go, okay, fine, whatever. Now what's causing these things to trigger? I don't know. That part I don't know. But it all just seemed, here's my other issue of this. So the guy's saying that the stuff is ramping up. But all we've got is security cam footage. You mean to tell me you're not going to set up, maybe I'm that guy, but I'm going to set up at least 1 or 2 video cameras and I'm going to record some stuff. Because again, you cannot really trust the optics of security cameras for stuff like the paranormal. You need better tech. You need higher optics quality, and you need better tech. When the only footage you have, so I'll throw this out there. There was a recent Expedition X where they sent. It was my least favorite of all the Expedition X's from this past season, but they basically sent Phil and Heather to the house that's next to the Conjuring house. Okay? I'm going to say that again. This is the house next to the Conjuring house, because they're claiming that that they're getting a lot of hauntings from the Conjuring house that's filtering over to their property. They have 2 teenage boys. They got phones. You're telling me they didn't try to film something that was going on when things were getting weird? I mean, if you have a level of weirdness that is consistent, it was basically what we did. You know, Pip and I were like, well, we got all this ghost equipment. Let's go on ahead and let's leave some stuff running overnight and see if anything weird happens. And some stuff did happen that was a little weird. The Hydra was picking up movement where it shouldn't have. There were a couple of positive responses from Boo Buddy. So yeah, I'm not buying that one. I'm not buying that one. There's something that just feels a little sus, and the fact that the only thing he has is his security camera. I'm like, you know, upgrade the equipment, my man. Upgrade the equipment. All right, I'm going to take a brief break. I need to get something to eat. I need to get some more hydration here, and when we get back, we're going to talk about the Conjuring house a little bit more, because I got a video to show you. We're going to break it down. And we're going to talk a little bit about why I think this is actually... I'm going to talk about many things that are coming out of this Conjuring house thing, okay? But until then, go ahead and be kind to yourself. If you haven't taken your meds, please take your meds. If you're feeling a little peckish, go on ahead and get something to eat. And if you're lucky enough that you have access to some salmon sauces, go on ahead and throw that on there. It'll perk up your night. Okay, everybody. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go look for the invader.
I'm willing to bet probably Steps.
He is Steps, because I am at drill and he is not here. Heading over there.
I don't see him.
Yep, there he is.
Got him?
Woo! Let's go, baby.
Incoming at the coach. Portal's ready.
is what the team can feel. Revel in this. One down. That's two. Seconds left. Bury another. Oh, they gonna run. Look at them now. They're dead.
I'll take it.
Time for a primeval. Feel that
I'll
way.
take it. I'll take it. I'll take that. That felt really good. That felt really good. Come on, give me some hype in chat. Give me all your hype emotes in chat.
Let's go,
Do
baby.
It. Do it. Do it, baby.
All right, I've got super going.
All right, they are right in front of you. Throw it. Hit it, baby.
Yeah,
Hit it.
I got some, baby.
Oh my God, he got him. He got his first invader kill.
Let's go, chat. Can we get some hype in chat, baby? I got another one. I got another
there
one.
We go.
Let's go. I'm just,
all right,
I don't care. I'm camping spawn right now. It's a black guy doing this. And I'm back, baby. All right, let's kill this primeval and go home.
Yes.
Woo!
All right, melt the primevals, fire team. Melt the primeval. Let's make this happen.
Let's go. Oh, I'm dead. Let's melt this, baby.
Let's hit this. Let's hit it.
All right,
hit
let's
it,
go
baby.
out on a
hit
win,
whatever
folks.
You got. No, he's not. No, he's not.
Yeah,
let's
we did
go.
it, baby.
Let's go. How many did you take out? How many did you take out?
I don't know. I don't know. I think I took out like maybe 2 or 3.
It'll say in your stats.
It'll say my stats. Okay, let's see. Let's see, chat. Come on.
Let's do this. Oh my God! He was 1 away from Army of 1. Let's go!
Yeah! Oh my God, we did it! Woo!
Through a grant from No Kid Hungry, which was a majority of our resources, right? To be able to purchase this truck and get it going. So families have a hard time to get from one place to another place. And I was like, man, why can't we be the ones to get to them, right? And we could lift off that burden, you know, eliminate that barrier and be able to serve our students, our families, in a way that they feel like we actually care for them.
Hi, I'm Steve Saylor, aka Blind Gamer Steve. I'm a content creator and accessibility advocate and consultant in the video game industry.
My name is T Morris. People call me T, they call me T Monster. I also go by Twitch Dad.
When I started looking into wanting to stream, I had known this dude here for about, I think about 10 years at that point. 10 years. And so I reached out to him. I was like, hey, you know what? I know you play Destiny. Would you be cool kind of helping me and guiding me through the game? I've never played it before.
This is when I gave you a little bit of honesty. I said, are you sure you want me? Because you see me play, so you know how bad my aim is. It'll be the blind leading the blind. And he went, that's what we'll call it.
All right, there's the Traveler. There's the Traveler in front of us. Let's go. Walk forward. Walk forward. I want you to enjoy this.
As someone who has a disability where it affects my vision and it is hard for me to be able to play games in general, having someone take the time and guide me through being able to play a game and not try to rush me through things, that meant the world to me.
Where's that? All right. Oh, there he is.
Yes! Yes! In any other game, it's usually people don't want to play with a disabled person. Whereas with Destiny, I can jump in with T, I can jump in with my friends, and even when we just jump in with random blueberries in the community, we can still be able to help each other out, and that's why I love Destiny.
Did you shoot my friend? That was a bad choice.
It's all about being able to reach out and pick someone up and being like, we can do this together. And that is being a hero. It's being able to lift everyone else up.
It's not about you. It's about the fire team. That's what makes a good guardian, is when it's about reaching the end goal and reaching it together.
Is that still going off in there, Tina? I would like the cat balls. Someone needs some cat balls.
What was that? What was that?
Someone needs some cat balls. You have.
What is that? What is that? Do you hear that, Pip? It's a very, wow, hang on. It's a very rushed, it sounds like a rushed whisper.
Someone needs some cat balls.
Yeah, I thought it was something on the floor, but it's not.
Someone needs some cat balls.
I'm now slowing it down to 175. I'm hearing turn around. Does anyone else hear that? Turn around?
It's not quiet on this side with the REM pod.
Oh no, I can we can all hear it. We can all hear it.
I want to try something.
Okay, so Steve says I'm going to try something. I'll hear it. We can all hear it.
I want to try something. Sit down.
Oh God, I actually saw it move.
I've got some. I'm going to do that right over here. And then I'm going to drop that in and go shadow. Please make my shadows black so it pops a little harder. 100% opacity. 7 on the edge. Actually, let's tighten that up a bit. 5 pixels. There you go. Boom.
Oh God, I actually saw it move.
Really?
I saw it move.
I have never seen Sebastian with that look on his face. Are you? No, it's not that, Scott. It's not that. It's are you seeing this? Chat, I want you to look into my eyes. I want you to look into my eyes, chat. Sebastian, the beautiful one. I want you to look into my eyes. And I'm gonna tell you something right now. This is the face of someone who was on his last fuck. This is someone who is on his last fuck. It's happening, chat. What's happening? And here I was worried that I didn't have anything to do on the stream, and I think I've got it now. It's basically Gamer Cat Cam. He's turned back into his teen years. I know, right? Benedict, are you okay? Slow blinks. I got this. I got this, Dad. Do you? Do you? Do you, Gamer Cat? Do you have this?
Sometimes they're just so tired because they haven't had anything to eat that they'll just put their heads down and go to sleep.
I never really even consider students going hungry. A lot of times they don't want to tell you because they're embarrassed.
When our school district started offering meals regardless of income, kids feel just as valuable as the child next to them.
No Kid Hungry helps schools get the supplies they need to feed kids.
Food is the most important in school supply.
Boss is down. Boss is down. Boss is down.
Nice, nice. Oh, God.
Darkness envelops you. No lives left. No lives left. That's it.
I think we did it then.
Steve, you just completed your first legendary lost sector. Can I get some hype in chat? Can I get some hype in chat? Can I get some hype in chat for Steve Saylor, who just completed his first legendary lost sector? Now you got to do it solo. Keymaster bottoms. Okay, standard bottoms. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah, chat. Hell yeah. Hell to the yeah. I'm ready. Now, if I remember correctly, I think my tartan is yellow. I think the Morris tartan is yellow. Ah! Anybody else? Anybody else? I didn't think so. Clean up on all 7. Jeez.
It's okay. It's okay. It's totally fine. Because here's the thing about the series that I like is that you don't have to know anything about the movies or the books to be able to get into the show, because it is set thousands of years before any of the books or movies anyway. So it's been really great to just obviously be able to kind of just sit down and watch it and just enjoy it for the lore for what it is. My favorite episode so far actually has been, actually the pilot was really good, but I actually really enjoyed episode 6, which was the especially the ending there with the creation of a certain volcano that I'm really excited to be able to see more of, and seeing how that kind of develops. Don't tell me because you've seen episode 7. Anyway. But T, what's been your favorite episode?
Oh, that's easy. That's easy. The one in Casa Doom where Durin says to... Oh, you haven't seen that one yet? You haven't? Dude, why are you here?
No, stop it!
I get it. I get it. No, hang on.
Safe space! Safe space!
F that, dude, why are you here? You should be back in your room watching Lord of the Rings of Power right now. So the thing I liked about, first off, when it comes to on-screen bromances, we thought we had the ultimate in the original trilogy, but let's be honest, there's never been a better bromance on television than Elrod and Durin. I mean, when Durin says, what was that?
They were
behind us. So yeah, I mean, when he said. gonna go look for the. I'm gonna go look for the invader.
I'm willing to bet probably steps.
He is steps because I am at drill and he is not here. Heading over there.
I don't see him.
Yep, there he is.
Got him.
Woo! Let's go, baby.
This is what the incoming at the coach. Portal's ready. Grab your gun. This is what the Taken feel. Revel in this. One down. That's two. Seconds left. Bury another. Oh, they could've run. Look at them now. They're dead.
I'll take it.
Time for a prime evil. Feel that
I'll
way.
take it. I'll take it. I'll take that. That felt really good. That felt really good. Come on, give me some hype in chat. Give me all
I've
your
got
hype
super.
emotes in chat.
Let's go,
Do
baby.
It. Do it. Do it, baby.
All right, I've
Hang
got
in there.
super going.
All right, they are right in front of you. Throw it. Hit it, baby.
Yeah,
Hit it.
I got some, baby.
Oh my God, he got him. He got his first
Let's
invader
go,
kill.
Jack.
Here
Can we
to see
get
it.
some hype in chat, baby? I got another one. I got another
There we
one.
go.
Let's go. I'm just.
All right,
I don't
Jack.
care. I'm camping spawn right now. It's a black guy doing this, and I'm back, baby. All right, let's kill this prime evil and go home.
I'm just gonna say it. All right, melt the prime evils, fire team. Melt the
The-
prime evil. Let's make this happen.
Let's go.
The enthusiasm
Oh,
of
I'm
Steve
dead.
Saylor is absolutely infectious. It really is. It's absolutely infectious. I love it. Hey, everybody. We're in the third and final segment of the Grim Gazette. This is the return of the Grim Gazette. It's been on hiatus for quite some time, but we're back, and I'm anxious to bring this this content to you. I hope you've been enjoying it. My name is T. Call me T Monster or Twitch Dad. From our friends over on YouTube, yep. This is something you can see on Wednesdays. We're keeping it weird on Wednesdays, and we're doing the Grim Gazette. This is our weekly dose of weird news, paranormal analysis of footage from other people, as well as ourselves, in case we get something that's particularly compelling, and then the deep dive, and that's what we're talking about now. Steve is amazing. Steve is amazing. And he has, just so you know, Steve Saylor had a really good video about burnout. He said something that I don't want to say I take offense to, but I question. He is he is trying to figure out if his voice is still relevant in accessibility when it comes to accessibility in game. And that was a pretty hard thing for him to come to grips with, I think. I know part of it. Oh, I should probably check something here. Speaking of Steve. Let's see how we're doing tonight. Oh, let's go. Middle of the fifth. Blue Jays 3, Dodgers 1. Because of the current climate in the United States, I'm really pulling for the Blue Jays. I like for the Toronto Blue Jays to take it home. I really would love to see that. Why does he thinks that, Randy? Because when he first started talking, and you know, I'm before we get into the to the final segment of the Grim Gazette, I mean, this is something I think gamers and streamers and content creators of a certain age start to hit. Is my voice still relevant? I know I have struggled with that for the past probably 15 years. You know, 10, 15 years, I've been struggling with it myself. And it has something to do with age. It also has something to do with the way you are regarded by your peers, both old and new. When I started podcasting, I was considered one of the most influential voices in podcasting. And this was when nobody was doing it. This was when podcasting was considered it was a punchline in many jokes, where you know, if you couldn't make it in broadcasting, you'd go on ahead and you'd make a podcast. But I was one of the voices. And some people, there are a few people that still consider me a voice of influence in podcasting because of my involvement with Podcasting for Dummies. But the thing is, podcasting has evolved into something far different. And I'm really amazed when people recognize me and when they refer to me as one of the big influences of podcasting, because I'm overshadowed by, let's just call it like it is, idiots like Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan, who probably has never edited an inch of a minute or 5 minutes of audio to save his life, but he is considered one of the big voices of podcasting. And I will say it, I think Joe Rogan is an excellent podcast host, but he's not a podcaster. And when you have so many voices coming in, and they're the young Turks, because of your age and because of your... and here's the thing, I personally do not think that podcasts are, you have to have an RSS feed, you have to have this, you have to have this. There's some podcasters that are still going down with that ship. Podcasting has evolved, and I say as much in the 5th edition. Matter of fact, it was Chuck who leaned on me to make sure that the stuff concerning video, concerning live streaming, concerning, taking podcasting to video, why you would want to take it to podcast, to video, that was all me. And I basically said, we have evolved. We have evolved. It's not about having an RSS feed and having an audio file that's MP3 and all this stuff. It is about the distribution of media, whether that is audio, whether that is video, whether it's audio and video. It is about the distribution. And I feel like I have evolved, but I also feel like I have gone forgotten. And I wonder, obviously I got into Twitch far too late. That doesn't mean, though, when it comes to content creation, I don't know what I'm talking about. I have done it all. I've blogged, I've podcasted, I've live streamed. I've done stuff on Instagram. I've done stuff on Twitter. I did all that, and I still think my voice. And it's funny. I realize I do have a skill, and I do have a deep understanding of how content works and how to approach content when it comes to live streaming and such, right? So that's something I have been struggling with. But just this week, I got my own affirmation, and I was like, you know what? Yes, I'm a streamer of a certain age, but I love doing this, so why would I stop? And I feel like that's the epiphany that Steve needs to reach. Now, how this affects Steve, or how this applies to Steve, is that Steve, when he first started talking about accessibility in gaming, nobody was talking about it. Right? Let me rephrase that. Very few people were talking about accessibility in gaming. Very few people were talking about it. And then Steve stepped forward. He was the breakout artist. Last of Us Part 2, when that came out and Steve's reaction, so visceral, so honest, and it propelled him to the top of his game. Now there are more voices. There are far more voices. And you couple that with the change in attitudes in gaming, where now studios are like, do we really want to invest into accessibility? We just want to get the game done, that kind of thing. And then even then, the gaming industry, it is a multi-billion, if not a trillion-dollar industry. And yet, there's no such thing as job security in the gaming industry. None. And Steve's been struggling with, I think, if you saw his video that he released today, you'll see it. It was a pretty honest look. And he said, I'm gonna still be making content. I just got to scale it back. And yeah. I mean, he's got a plan. He knows what he wants to do. But one of the things that I think that Steve really sells himself short is that he may not be the only voice in accessibility, but he is definitely one of the leading ones because he's been talking about it longer than anybody. And that's kind of how I look at this. I am not a leading voice in streaming, but I am a leading voice in content creation because I've been doing it since 2002. I was blogging. I was doing movie reviews for Forum. I did all that, and the thing is, I have to not compare myself to others or compare. I just have to make sure I have the same self-confidence that I had 20 years ago when I first came on as a podcaster, when nobody knew what it was. And I'll just tell people, if you want to, I did it this last TwitchCon. I said, if you want to know how I got the gig playing Twitch, writing Twitch for Dummies, it's because I've been writing podcasting for dummies for over a decade. And the jump from podcasting to live streaming, not that big of a jump. It's a natural evolution. And I can talk about things. I feel very blessed that I can talk about things like AI. I can talk about things like live streaming. I can talk about these modern technologies that some podcasters can't. And I will say with my tongue firmly planted in cheek, it's a debate that I would love to have sometime with Doug Weirden. I would love to talk to him about when AI works and when it doesn't. Because there's been a lot of talk about bringing AI into the arts, gaming, theater, that sort of thing. Film, that kind of thing. And that could be that would be the worst thing to ever happen. Because AI is a fantastic tool, but if you rely it to do the work, it's not going to come through. It is not going to give you the performance you think it's going to give you. And some of the AI shortcuts that people are taking on YouTube is ridiculous. Some of the voiceovers are absolute crap. Are absolute computer rendered artistic products or crap. So that's that's one of the things that I think I take umbrage with Steve. I'm like, no, Steve, you're not the only voice anymore, and that does make it a little more competitive. The other thing, though, to keep in mind about accessibility in gaming is because of the current climate, unfortunately, the trolls are calling the shots, and that and there are also people in the gaming industry that are just making terrible choices. What is happening in Bungie? I mean, they basically had this beautiful game handed to them, and they've just burned it to the ground. And they've got this other game they put all of their stock and all of their resources into, and people go, it's okay. Oh, no. You don't want a game to be just okay. You want it to be incredible. And some people are trying to fix everything by using AI, and I'm like, it's not going to happen. But that's a discussion for another time. Let's get back to the Grim Gazette, and let's talk a little bit about the deep dive. And it can really be summed up in this video that we're going to watch right here. And if you don't know this face, I will explain to you who this stacked, jacked, and packed individual is. This right here is Jason Hawes, the OG. This is the guy alongside alongside his one-time partner, Grant. They were the ghost hunters. He is still the ghost hunter. He is still the ghost hunters. Now with Steve Gonzalez, with Dave Tango, Chris Williams when she's around, Sherry DeMinetti. I mean, this guy is a superstar, and he is a living legend when it comes to the paranormal. And I'm gonna play this quick little 2-3 minute video without comment. Then we're gonna go back and talk about it. But he has had quite the month, and I'll let Jason take it from here. Whoops. As soon as I unmute him. Sorry, Jason. Sorry, Jason.
Hey, everybody. Jason Hawes here. So if you haven't seen the news, check this out.
We were so close to coming up with our decision, and then we saw this video from Andrea Perrin, who, as a reminder, guys, she lived in this farmhouse as a little girl when her mom got levitated and thrown across the living room. So Andrea Perrin herself came out with a video on Facebook. This is what she had to say.
The farm is home and heart to me. And I feel that the farm is in jeopardy, and this is an outreach to a friend of mine, Jason Hawes. I have to ask you, please, Jason, for me, for everyone, please save the farm. And the only person that I know belongs there is you. This is not about a financial transaction. This is about reverence and respect and honor.
After seeing this video, we decided we truly want whatever is best for the Conjuring House, whether that means we're involved or not.
It's not a financial decision for us. It's not a big business opportunity.
After watching this video, we think that truly we cannot partake in owning this house if one of the only people that should have this decision wants it to go to Jason Hawes.
Exactly. For those of you who do not know who Jason Hawes is, he's one of the lead roles in the show Ghost Hunters, and he's been investigating the paranormal for literally over 30 years.
Luckily, Jason Hawes came out with a couple videos saying he was willing to take on that challenge. He made a bunch of reasons why he was going to be able to take on this house, and he actually created a GoFundMe in order to purchase this house. But it seems like Jason Hawes still has a plan to get it.
Yeah, which is kind of confusing, but let's listen to what Jason has to say about our sales.
If you noticed, I kicked back open the GoFundMe, and we're going to start cranking this along. It's all about saving the Conjuring House. Andrea's plea. Needham Bank sold off the mortgage. They didn't sell off the house, so whoever bought the mortgage is now going to have to go through the whole foreclosure process again. Actually makes it a higher probability than we were last week, when we had to go up against everybody. We can do this. This can be a historic movement like no other.
If you guys want to support Jason, we'll leave the GoFundMe link in the description. But honestly, our biggest wish is whoever ends up owning the Conjuring House just takes care of it. We want this to stand the test of time and allow everybody to experience this insane, incredible history.
Not to mention, all of the spirits there deserve to be respected, like Abigail.
First off, I want to say a big thank you to Sam and Colby. Their support means everything. It really does. And you know what? Bottom line, if you've seen the GoFundMe, it's all refundable if we don't acquire the house. But I truly think we're going to do this. I think we're going to make history, and it's going to be incredible. So if you can help us, please help us out. If you can't, even a share, no pressure either way. But thank you so much, everybody. And we're going to make some friggin' history together.
Okay. I have a lot of thoughts about this. Okay, first off, there's been a lot of a push for Jason to get involved or to even buy the Conjuring House. If you've heard me talk about and it's funny because I said I'm done talking about the Conjuring House, but then this happened. As many of you know, if you don't know, the Conjuring House, the farm that, you know, that launched the Warren Cinematic Universe, is up for sale. And what happened was the Jackie Nunez lost her business license. She lost the house. She basically just went completely off the deep end. And of course, people were blaming the house. I have thoughts about the house. I have a lot of thoughts about this house. I have seen so many different teams investigate this house, and a lot of bupkis happens. Like, you know, when you talked to the superheroes that were Ed and Lorraine Warren, they would tell you that people were being thrown across the room, that people were doing this. Did they catch any of this on audio or video? Nobody knows. Apparently, the people who have all of this incredible defining evidence that Ed and Lorraine Warren collected over the years, they basically say, well, we have it under lock and key. The world is not ready for this kind of truth. All right. That's a discussion for another time. I am if you were to ask me, do I think the Conjuring house is haunted? Based on everything I've seen from other teams, Amy's Crypt, we'll go on ahead and say Project Fear, Sam and Colby's ridiculous week there, all these different things. No, I don't think it is haunted. I think a lot of people take advantage of the place. I think they take advantage of it the same way Ed and Lorraine took advantage of it. But the reason why people were going to Jason, at least this is again my hot take. No, actually, when they say the world is not ready, to me that says we're waiting for an offer. We're waiting for that cherry offer that someone will come in and say, we will buy this footage from you for X amount of dollars. There should be a lot of zeros at the end of that. That's my thought, Randy. And I do want to make sure that this is clear. While I am a founding member of Old Spirits, while I am one of the lead investigators of Old Spirits, I am not necessarily speaking for the voice of Old Spirits. These are my hot takes. Now, if Phil comes in here and we sit down and we hash it out, that's different. But tonight, the Grim Gazette, it's the Grim Gazette with a T monster. So you're getting my paranormal hot take right now. My paranormal hot take is that people were going to Jason, who, by the way, I'm going to say, this guy is a freaking rock star. He is a goddamn legend. And when I heard Sam and Colby refer to him as the host of Ghost Hunters, I was like, because it's similar to what happened with Wynn when they said that he was a guide. Jason is one of the OG Ghost Hunters. He is one of the founders of TAPS. If it wasn't, yes, did Ed and Lorraine Warren make huge steps forward in bringing paranormal investigation to the mainstream? Yes, they did. But it was Jason and Grant. It was the Ghost Hunters. It was the Sci-Fi Channel and Ghost Hunters. And I tell you something else too. When you look at that first season, you can see how they were trying to shoehorn in a reality show around two ghost hunters, two plumbers that were ghost hunters. But then around season 2, they were like, oh, wait, we actually got something here. And that completely laid down the groundwork for Bagans and Shippy and all the people that came in their wake. This guy's a legend, and he has always been a freaking gentleman, both to me and both to my, and been very nice to my wife. I love this guy. I want to go ghost hunting with this guy. I really do. I need to start, pinging him to say, hey, let's do something. But the reason why, and this is my hot take, the reason why I feel like people were going to Jason was because of what recently happened concerning the Warren Cinematic Universe and Ed and Lorraine Warren. And what happened was, if you missed this, there was this comedian named Matt Rife. He bought Ed and Lorraine Warren's occult museum, as well as the house itself. Now, that is the overarching. That's the overarching thing to know. The comedian Matt Rife and his crew bought the Ed and Lorraine Warren Occult Museum. More to the fact is that they bought the house, and the Occult Museum comes with the house, but they are leasing currently everything that is inside the museum. That includes Annabelle.
Attention, all personnel. Ads in 10 seconds. Ads in 10 seconds. That is all.
All right. And when everybody gets back, I'll pick it up where I left off, okay? So I'll see you in about a minute and a half. Okay. So to pad time for when everybody gets back from the ad break, I'm just going to come out and talk a little bit about this. I'm not a fan of Annabelle in that the way they have built up this entire lore about a Raggedy Ann doll that apparently kills people. Yo, how you doing there, ZG? Man, I'm awful clipped. ZG, you could not have come at a better time. I'm doing a deep dive into the current shenanigans. Oh, thanks, buddy. Thank you so much. Thank you. And for the record, when you said miss you, buddy, that gave me a little twinge, baby. That gave me a little twinge. I miss your face too. Please give Molly and the kids all my best. And yeah, I haven't given up. I just got to have a budget to be able to travel out west. But I know where I'm going to take you. I got several options. I know. I do. I want you to know. I've been binge watching. You've been binge watching all the OSI stuff. Let's go. That's the shit I want to hear. I hope you've been enjoying it. So anyway, so I'm gonna pad a bit before the ad, after the ads kick in and all. So the thing with Annabelle and the way they were trying to pin it on this guy who was traveling with Annabelle and then he had the heart attack and he died. I'm sorry, that's way out of bounds. This guy was a veteran. This guy was a family man. He had kids. He had a wife. And for people to say, "Oh, it was Annabelle that killed him. It was Annabelle that killed him," it's like, no, he had a heart attack. It was a tragedy that happened. Don't pin it on the Raggedy Ann doll. Because here's the thing. This has been my biggest argument against Annabelle. If frickin' Annabelle was so frickin' dangerous, why is she going on tour? Why are you able to pay money to have your photo op with Annabelle? It's just, to me, that type of exploitation kind of rolls up the Warrens in a nice little package. And what's worse about the Conjuring house itself is that the woman Bathsheba that they have tied everything to, this was an innocent woman. This is a completely innocent woman. And they, the graves are the grave of Bathsheba is desecrated, all this stuff. And but it turns out that this comedian Matt Rife has now got the Warren house and is leasing the Occult Museum. So all of these cursed items, including the Big A, Annabelle herself, this yuccaputz is leasing. Now, I'm going to try to sum up why people wanted Jason to get involved with the Conjuring house. So this guy is now opening up the Warren house, again, a place that Ed and Lorraine themselves said, "Oh no, it's not haunted." Welcome back, CG. It's not haunted. We have these cursed items and we have Annabelle under glass, but our house, no, our house is not haunted. But this guy is open for business with the Warren, Ed and Lorraine Warren house. And what's worse is he followed to the letter the same business plan that Jackie Nunez was running the Conjuring house on. I did a breakdown of that as well, and I did a mini rant on it on a previous Grim Gazette. But here's what you need to know about it. So, one, you can investigate, and this was the way Jackie Nunez ran the Conjuring house. One, you can investigate the Ed and Lorraine Warren house, and I think it starts at $2,500, but then there are all these little add-ons, and $2,500 only covers a certain amount of people. For other people, it adds on. If you want to live stream from it, from the Conjuring house, that's going to cost you another couple of grand. If you want a video from there, that's another $2,700. I believe it's another I want to say it's $2,700 just to record video for YouTube purposes, but it doesn't stop there. Whatever the add-on is for shooting video there, the final video cannot go live until until Matt Rife and his crew approve said video. And if they don't approve it, it is not allowed to go up on YouTube. Do they refund you your money for how much it costs to film it? Nope. You still pay that. And but when you sign away on this contract, I'd watch a video. You're talking about this. Yeah. It's somewhere in our live archives, I'm pretty sure. My mom and I used to watch Jason Grant all the time. I know that's not what you were talking about, but good memories seeing his face. I hear you. And you're right. You're absolutely right. So there are all these add-ons, and I mean it's wicked expensive to investigate. And do you get? I think you get like a photo op with Annabelle, but as far as investigating the occult museum itself, you don't get. I don't think you get access to it, and if you do get access to it, it's very, very limited. This was how Nunez ran the Conjuring house, and it was killing. It was killing the property. It really was. And, you know, people talk about how some places are too expensive, but I want to put in perspective. There's no mention of where all this money is going. Versus when I did the tour, this is one place I want to take it, Zach. When I did the tour, and I only saw 5% of it, so I desperately want to go back. But the Trans-Allegheny Lunatic Asylum, that is also expensive. It costs like I think it costs like anywhere from $2K to $3K to get in there with a team of, I believe, 10, and then above 10, you're paying a little extra. But every penny, and I mean it, every penny that Trans-Allegheny makes, that goes into the restoration of Trans-Allegheny. And they're turning Trans-Allegheny into a museum concerning mental health. And they're also restoring it to the way it looked back when it was first built. And they've already completed floors 1 and 2, and it's breathtaking. It's breathtaking what they've done to the place. However, floors 3 and 4, scary AF. Scary AF. I know, Randy. I mean, you can actually find the video where I talk about the Conjuring house and just what a mess it is. Actually, I take that back. It wasn't a Grim Gazette. It was one of our lives. No, not one of our lives. It was one of our 5-minute paranormals that went a little longer than 5 minutes. Give me a second and I will pull it up. So they were worried, they being, I think, the general public. The general public was seriously concerned that somebody was going to come in and basically pick up where Jackie Nunez left off. And I can attest, I'm sure that was on a lot of people's minds, and I don't mind calling it out. Yeah, I think a lot of people were concerned that Sam and Colby were going to swoop in, because Sam and Colby have been doing apparently quite well with collaborating with this other investigation group, and they're running stuff at their school now. They bought this supposedly haunted school somewhere in Iowa, and their prices are not as exorbitant as Nunez or the plans for investigating Ed and Lorraine Warren's house, which they said, we don't think it's haunted. It's got all those haunted artifacts, but it's not a haunted house apparently. Anyway, and people were worried, I think, that Sam and Colby were going to step in and just pick up the Conjuring house and just pick up where Nunez left off. But then Jason got involved, and when Andrea Perrin, I'm just gonna also double down and say it. When Andrea Perrin mentioned Jason as being the one to step in and take the reins of the Conjuring house, I'm sure that was a kick in the bollocks to Sam and Colby. Because I mean, for them to come out and say, yeah, we're not interested in buying, it was because I'm sure they were thinking about it. And if they had bought it, taking it away from Jason and undercutting Andrea Perrin, yeah, that would have made them look really, really bad. And I will give kudos to Sam and Colby for reading the room. They're doing fine with their haunted school. I'm sure they're going to find another property. Give you a quick teaser about next week. I've heard Pennhurst may be on the market. We're going to talk about Pennhurst Asylum next week. But yeah, it I think Sam and Colby they read the room and they said, we can't do that. That would be not career suicide, but it would be a reputational suicide. Because they wouldn't be just snatching up the Conjuring house. They'd be snatching up the Conjuring house against Andrea Perrin's wishes and away from Jason Hawes. So I'm all for Jason saving the Conjuring house. The main reason I am not I'm more than happy sharing the GoFundMe, but the main reason I am not going to invest in this outing of saving the Conjuring house is mainly because I don't really believe that it's haunted. I feel like it when it's got the Ed and Lorraine Warren stank all over it the way it does, I have a tough time buying into it. And real quick, Z, yes, absolutely. We've had so much fun. And if I couldn't get out west, if you ever come out east, I got plenty of places I can take you. But as far as the Conjuring house is concerned, that has never been on my list. And it's mainly because but T, they were just so reliable. Yeah, I mean, here's a little fun fact. So I last year when I got back from TwitchCon, it was like days after, it was literally the day or 2 days after TwitchCon. Pip and I had a free weekend, and I saw our dear friend Alex Mitsuo post on Facebook, hey, I've got 2 spots open. I've got 2 spots open for a weekend of ghost hunting. Would anyone like to help us out? And within hours, Pip and I were like, yeah, we're in. And we went to 2 places. One of the places that had a huge reputation behind it, and another one that I guess the best way to describe it is it's a very compelling place. It was the Hinsdale house, which everybody that's got some kind of interest in the paranormal, they've heard of the Hinsdale house. Sam and Colby have been there. Project Fear's been there. Amy's Crypt. Everybody's been to the Hinsdale house. And I've got to say, while I haven't reviewed the footage, I remember the Hinsdale house being very, very quiet. And it's a pretty property, and it's in a beautiful part of the Catskills of I believe it's in the Catskills of New York. But it was not what I would say the hot spot of paranormal activity. The next day we went to Wildwood Sanitarium, and my mind was absolutely blown. That place was bonkers. And the thing is, it comes back to, we could find stuff about Wildwood. We could find stuff that corroborated with, okay, this person was here, this person did this person did this, this happened here, this happened here. You know, we had history to work with. Hinsdale, not so much. The history of Hinsdale was very vague, and we found out that there was a lot of history that had been embellished, and they're just straight up made up. one of the biggest debunks of the Hinsdale house was that it was built on an ancient burial ground. Okay, well, somebody put it best. They said, well, here's the problem with that being an ancient burial ground. The Indian burial grounds, or excuse me, the Native American burial grounds, they're always found near water because that was where the settlements were. The settlements were near bodies of water. There are no real bodies of water anywhere near. You're in the mountains, but there's no like lake. There's no rivers. There's it's New York. It's New York State. It's Western New York State. So yeah, there was never any evidence, never any kind of corroboration that there were any Native American settlements out in that area. The house does have a weird vibe about it, but I think it's because of how it's built. But as far as Hinsdale, though, it has a huge reputation. Everyone was so impressed. They didn't hear me say I was going to Wildwood, but man, when I mentioned Hinsdale, they're like, "Ooh, you're going to the Hinsdale house." It was a lot of hype and very little hauntings versus Wildwood, which was just off the charts. And I kind of feel the way about Hinsdale the way I feel about the Conjuring House is the way I felt about Hinsdale. There's so much hype around the Conjuring House that the only way that I feel like it would be worth investigating would be if I got Vecnid. But I just remember that moment in Project Fear where it really wasn't the investigation of the house. It was the whole thing with Cody and Satori and the popping of the feet and the knocking, whatever you want to call it. There was that, but that had nothing to do with the house. Absolutely nothing. And then they go up to the second floor. They're actually investigating, and Dakota says point blank, "Yeah, ever since Cody and Satori left, this place has been really flat. It's been dead." And then off camera, you hear Alex go, "Mm-hmm." I found that very telling. And I just know that every team, and I'm talking about across the spectrum, ranging from Shane and Ryan of Ghost Files all the way over to Amy's Crypt, whenever they go to the Conjuring House, little to nothing happens. But if Jason wants to save the property, if Jason wants to save it, and if he wants to make it accessible to other paranormal groups, mazel tov. Go for it. I will support this by circulating that GoFundMe. And that's the other thing too. If you believe in the Conjuring House, then good on you. I'm not going to dismiss that. If that is your belief, there are people that really give a lot of stake and a lot of credence to the Warrens. Phil is one of them. I'm not in that camp. I am not in the Warrens camp. I'm in Taps camp. I'm definitely a Taps guy. Because I've always tried. I'm also a Jack Osborne guy. I've always loved how Jack and Katrina and Jason and Steve and Dave, they go in somewhere and they try to deduce as many different things as they can to figure out if it's this or it's that. And if they rule everything else out, then they'll say, okay, we've ruled everything else. This is something we can't explain. And I think that is the best way to approach paranormal investigation. As far as this outing with the Conjuring House, again, I think I love the fact that Jason stepped up. Because he was saying, I'm staying out of it. And I love him for that. Jason is a pillar of integrity. And I love that about him. And I personally understood and I empathized with his decision not to get involved. And the fact that he did get involved for the right reasons, I think. For the right reasons. And I will also give a massive tip of the hat to Sam and Colby. Jason recognizes that Sam and Colby endorsing his effort to get into the Conjuring to get to the Conjuring house. The fact that they acknowledged that, and they were smart enough, because you've heard me share my opinions about Sam and Colby, but this was one of the most mature and probably one of the smartest things they could have done, because had they taken the Conjuring house away from Andrea Perron and now Jason Hawes, it would have been the fallout would have been epic. It would have been epic. And I gotta, I'm going on record by saying I appreciate what Sam and Colby did. But for them to come out and say, yeah, we just can't, how did they, I want to see how they phrased it. It was how they phrased it. Hang on, I'll find it. It was when they said, yeah. When they said this.
That truly, we cannot partake in owning this house if one of the only people.
We cannot partake in owning this house. They were thinking about it. They had to have been thinking about it. Because particularly with the reputation of the place, particularly with particularly with all the restrictions that Jackie Nunez had put on the Conjuring house, people were still going there in record numbers. And in the video that I made, that was alternatives to the Conjuring house that I posted in the chat. Yeah, that is it was the people they were bringing in. I was like, yeah, this lady does not give two. She's not give two shits about the Conjuring house. She's looking for the bank. They had to have been looking at it. If they were gonna get a school in Iowa, they were gonna grab this house, because they probably are looking at a property out west, or sorry, out east. But for them to phrase it that way, and then to say Sam and Colby are not buying the Conjuring house, I think they were seriously eyeballing it. So in closing, I wish all the best for Jason Hawes. I really hope he can pull this off. I hope he can save the Conjuring house. I still have no desire to investigate it, because there are other places that I really would. I want to go back to Wildwood. I want to go back to the USS North Carolina. I still want to get to Waverly. I haven't done Waverly yet. I want to do. I want to do another distillery, because man, the distillery investigation was hella fun. St. Augustine Lighthouse is on my list. This chateau in France that these people rescued, that's on my list. I have a very, very healthy list. I'm going to throw this out there. ZG. If we do it, I would love to see if you could road trip to Ohio, because I want to do the penitentiary where they filmed The Shawshank Redemption. I believe that penitentiary is in Ohio, and that would be a place, because I've watched a lot of investigations from that place, and that place seems to be popping. So I'd love to get a crack at that place. And if we make it happen, I'll give you a ring. But there are some places outside of Detroit I know about too. So there's that. I have a lot of other places. There's definitely a place. And again, I'm mentioning this because these are all places outside of the Conjuring house that I feel like have a little more weight to them. There is Moundsville Penitentiary, which I believe is formerly the West Virginia State Penitentiary. I'm not sure if they're two. Yes, West Virginia State Penitentiary, which is in Moundsville, West Virginia. That place is on my list. The other one that is very high on my list. Well, it was funny though. I had a funny conversation with the guys from Paranormal Quest about it. Apparently, this place does not grok the. There we go. That's what I want to hear, Z. That's what I want to hear. But they apparently do not grok drone flying at this one location. But I got away with it, Trans-Allegheny. But there's a place in Kentucky. And it was really funny because I just seen Paranormal Quest investigate this place. It was called Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary. And this place just shot up to on my must get to list because literally you get on this road in Kentucky, somewhere in the Kentucky mountain valley, and you drive and you drive and you drive, and the road ends at the penitentiary. It is literally the end of the line. And they designed when you see it from the air, the penitentiary looks like an upside down cross. No joke. And the thing is, I saw Paranormal Quest investigation of it, and I was like, oh wow, this place looks Kentucky. Yeah, Kentucky. Oh wait, I'm sorry, you're right, Tennessee. It's Tennessee. You're absolutely right there, Walker. Tennessee. So it's Tennessee. And the funny thing was, I had just seen this investigation, lost my mind about it, thought it was really cool. And then it's Thanksgiving, so I'm hanging out at the house. All my relatives know that I do paranormal investigation. And my cousin Mark, my big cousin Mark, comes up and he goes, "Hey T, you ever hear of this place in Tennessee called Brushy Mountain Penitentiary?" And I just kind of looked at him because it just came out of nowhere. It just came out of nowhere. And I looked at him and I said, "Yeah." And I said, "Have you been there?" And he said, "When Sherry and I were..." My cousin's a redneck. He said, "When Sherry and I were biking across the United States, we took a day trip to Brushy Mountain Penitentiary." He said, "Tell you something, T. I never wanted to get out of a building that fast." Now, here's what you need to know about my cousin Mark. He was a professional firefighter. This is a guy that runs into burning buildings. And Brushy Mountain scared him. And all I could think was, okay. No, don't worry about it, Walker. You kept me on track, and I appreciate you for that. But yeah, Brushy Mountain Penitentiary, that's on my list. Hey, yo, the Mac, how are you, buddy? How are you? There are all these other places I have on my list beyond the Conjuring House, and that's why I really feel like I want. Don't get me wrong. I really want Jason to succeed. I want him to knock it out of the park. I really, really do. But I personally do not have the desire to investigate the place. I just don't. And I'd rather have if Phil wanted to investigate the place, I'd be like, Mazel tov, go for it. But I just don't have it. I don't have it in me. I'm not feeling it. But I'm glad to see that Jason not only got a shout out from Sam and Colby about it, but Sam and Colby were able to read the room and let Jason do his thing. And we'll just have to wait and see how things go from here, right? Just got back from Florida. I had my grandma's memorial. Oh, dude. Okay. I can understand. I can understand how raw that would make you feel. Take some time. Allow yourself to grieve. Always allow yourself to grieve. And just remember, if it hurts, it's okay. That's the price of love. And I went through the same thing with my grandparents and my dad. So I hear you. Okay, I hear you, buddy. But thanks for coming in, Mac. I appreciate you being here. Sadly, we're about to wrap up. Thank you, everybody, for welcoming back the Grim Gazette. I certainly do appreciate it. Remember, this is a weekly thing. This is a weekly thing. This is our weekly dose of weird news, of paranormal footage analysis, and deep dive discussions like the one we just had about Jason Hawes, Sam, and Colby in the Conjuring House. That's going to be happening now every Wednesday. It's going to be live on both YouTube and Twitch, so you can catch me on either one. And I appreciate each and every one of you for being here. I really, really do. We are going to going ahead, and for those of you over on YouTube, stream is just going to end. For those of you on Twitch, well, you are in for a treat. You are about to meet the lovely Ashlina, and she is the Hallow Queen. This is her season, and she's awesome. Yeah. Well, I appreciate that, No Brainer. I appreciate that. Oh, whoops! Wait a minute. Looks like I'm also going to have to grant. I'm going to have to gift the sub here because, yeah, reasons. Okay. But that's what you want. That's what you're going to do here, everybody. If you, excuse me, if you have a tier 1 sub, then all you got to do is just copy pasta this message into Ashley's stream. Now, if you don't, that's okay too. That is more than okay, because you don't have to sub here. You can just hang out. I appreciate you being here. But let's go on ahead and make your own message with your own emotes, but just make sure it reads that the message itself, the text message, says it's a tea party and cheers from the Monster Mash. Okay? We are going to go and raid Ashlina. I appreciate, again, all of you being here. I will see you all tomorrow. Not sure what we're going to do tomorrow, but we'll be doing something. And, yeah, it's been a good night. Hope you enjoyed this episode of the Grim Gazette, and we will see you next week. Take care, everybody. Peace.
Holy cow. Remember how I was like, oh, I have plenty of ammo. Literally just wasted, like, all of it. Hi, T. How are you? Hello. How are you? Thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? Hi. T, how was your stream? Thank you for bringing your friends. I appreciate it. Hi. Hello. How was your stream? Miss your face. Ay. Thank you so much for that resub. Hell yes. Welcome back for 4 months, T. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you. Ay. Cheers from the Monster Mash. Obsessed. T, how was your stream? I hope it was good. Welcome to our little Halloween party. We're playing some Resident Evil 8. Getting demolished by hot women. You know, just the normal. No brainer. It's good to see you. Welcome on in. No, that's okay. You are totally fine. Thank you for coming to say hi. That really means a lot. Another one was sent to the cellar. She had only spilled some soup. Everyone knows what happens when you're sent to the cellar. You're never seen again. They drain your blood, your soul